First Time says,
"This is not a hoax. It's not going to go away."
Other survivors chimed in.
"It is not okay for us to be silenced."
Many survived death threats and humiliation, adding,
"This is therapy for all of us, too."
"It's time you do is right by us. Unseal all the documents."
Allison Keyes, CBS News, Washington.
Next stop for federal troops figures to be Chicago, despite pushback from local leaders and the Illinois governor. And today, President Trump suggested forces could be deployed to New Orleans.
We're going to be going to maybe Louisiana, and you have New Orleans, which has a crime problem. We'll straighten that out in about 2 weeks. It'll take us 2 weeks.
The woman dubbed the ketamine queen formally pleaded guilty today to selling drugs to Matthew Perry that led to the actor's fatal overdose. Jasveen Sangha is the fifth defendant to admit guilt in the case. Now to New York, where a judge has allowed DNA evidence obtained through advanced techniques into the upcoming murder trial of the man accused of 7 killings in Long Island's Gilgo Beach case. CBS New York's Jennifer McLogan.
A major victory for prosecutors who argued for months that cutting-edge DNA analysis used by a California lab, its nuclear DNA testing software, and whole genome sequencing methods should have been admissible in part because results have been corroborated by a second lab.
Officials in Florida say that state will work to eliminate all child vaccine mandates. And the governors of Washington, Oregon, and California say they'll form a health care alliance on vaccines to set their own guidelines in light of major changes at the CDC. The latest Republican redistricting effort is underway today as we hear from CBS's Jennifer Kuiper.
Missouri Governor Michael Kehoe has called for this special legislative session to redraw the state's U.S. House districts.
This is about clarity for voters.
Missouri Republicans have a supermajority and can vote without any Democratic members present.
New wildfires in California are getting an assist from gusty winds and scorching temperatures. CBS's Rob Marciano.
Red flag warnings are up across Northern California, parts of eastern Oregon, and extreme heat warnings continue for eastern Washington, Spokane, Pendleton, over towards the Dalles. Temperatures up and over 100 degrees in Yakima. That's way above average by near 22 degrees.
Wall Street, the Dow is down more than 200 points. S&P and NASDAQ are higher. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install a Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
A lot has changed for the power couple who announced their engagement last month.
Travis Kelce's broken his silence about his engagement to Taylor Swift.
I appreciate everybody that reached out and sent something, and all the posts and all the excitement that's been going on.
But most of all, the groom-to-be says,
it's been really fun telling everybody who I'm going to be spending the rest of my life with.
The Kansas City Chiefs star's comments on his New Heights podcast with his brother, retired Eagle Jason Kelce. Travis says introducing Swift as his fiancée felt like something different, and it still makes him giddy. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Macy's raised its expectations for the year and reported its first increase in same-store sales since 2022 after the department store chain intensified a focus on modernizing stores and improving the experience for customers. Industry analysts had been forecasting another decrease. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Country music lives on Route 99 FM. Tune in to 99.5 FM or listen live online at Route99FM.com to catch all your favorite country music nonstop and direct. 24/7 country music. Classics, throwbacks, and the chart toppers are keeping you cruising on Guam's road to all country music, Route 99 FM.
Guam. Good morning, guys, and welcome back. This is Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM, and it's hosted by Pauly Suba for a Thursday, September 4th. It's 4 minutes after 6 o'clock this morning, streaming live and online at thewave105.com. Like, subscribe, and do follow our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And the show this morning is brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar, Patch Tinting and Detailing, GTA. We start with you, the Medical City, where patients are partners. Sherwin-Williams Paints, Wise Owl, the wise choice in animal care. Subway, Eat Fresh, Hilton Guam Resort and Spa, King's Restaurant, always open, always local. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, Your Health Plan. We have your local headlines for you right now. It's Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine, and Paul Stanko of the National Weather Service in Tejan, and it's all brought to you by McDonald's. Bring on the fall flavors at McDonald's Guam. Treat yourself to the pumpkin and cream pie, pumpkin spice latte, or pumpkin ice coffee. Hurry in, it is available for a limited time. Fall flavors are in at McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. Agueda Johnston Middle School went into lockdown yesterday afternoon due to a pursuit of a suspect in the area by the Guam Police Department. Guam Department of Education spokesperson Damon Borja told reporters yesterday that the school was placed into immediate lockdown and confirmed at the time that all students and staff were secured inside the campus. GPD has not yet released additional details about the suspect or the nature of the pursuit. This is an evolving story. In more news, Guam Memorial Hospital CEO and Administrator Lillian Perez Posadas will retire by the end of the month, according to the hospital in a statement yesterday. Posadas announced her retirement earlier this year by January 2026. Sharon Davis, chairperson of the GMH Board of Trustees, said that the board will announce an interim CEO at their next scheduled board meeting set for September 24th. Posadas has served as GMH's CEO and administrator since 2019. GMH said that the search for a new hospital administrator and CEO remains ongoing. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, the Wave 105 and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Hafa Adai, Guam. This is Paul Stanko with your National Weather Service on Thursday, September 4th. Scattered showers will continue through Saturday as a series of troughs moves through. Winds will be east at 5 to 15 miles per hour through Friday, then 5 to 10 miles per hour afterward. Combined seas of 2 to 4 feet today could settle even a foot lower after Friday. There will be a low risk of rip currents through at least the weekend. The latest weather information can always be found at www.weather.gov/GUM.
Have you tried all 19 Subway Series sandwiches? All crafted to crave, the Subway Series celebrates Subway's over 60 years of expertise in sandwich making. From flavorful cheesesteaks and chicken subs to delicious Italianos, mouth-watering clubs, and the high-protein deli heroes, the Subway Series delivers maximum crave factor with a perfect combination of choice meats, cheeses, fresh and hand-sliced veggies, freshly baked breads, and signature sauces. The Subway Series is curated from hundreds of chef-inspired recipes to earn a coveted spot on the Subway Series menu. Get what you're craving for today at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh.
Think you've got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patti Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for two at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa only on Wave 105 FM.
Mark your calendars, Guam. Red Ball 2025 is approaching, and with it comes an evening of elegance, purpose, and community. This celebrated event unites our island in support of a meaningful cause, honoring the spirit of giving through style, compassion, and connection.
The American Red Cross helped me begin my process of recovery and building in a very unexpected way. I started volunteering with the Guam chapter in July of 2024, drawn to help with Operation Never Forgotten, which revitalizes the Guam Veteran Cemetery, ensuring that the final resting place of our fallen service members and their families is treated with dignity and care. Standing side by side alongside with fellow volunteers, I felt a deep sense of meaning, especially as I reflected that someday my own parents would rest there. The Red Cross gave me more than a place to serve. It gave me a place to grieve, to honor, and to heal. Through their mission, I found purpose in pain and hope in loss. For that, I will always be grateful. The Red Cross is always there for our military, our veterans, and our community. Your generosity makes the Red Cross mission possible. Because of you, we bring comfort and care to our military service members, veterans, and families, while standing ready for our island community in times of need. With every contribution, you help the Red Cross turn compassion into action, bringing hope to those who serve and to the communities we call home.
Feeling good, getting things done. Wave 105 FM.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Heck yeah. I'm down for all tomorrow today.
Okay, all right.
Viva Webes.
Got you, Pauly. I got you, man. Hey.
Rolling with dice on Mornings with Patti. My name is Pauly Suba, filling
Pink is
in
best. Sorry.
for Patti. You scared me there.
Sorry, dude. Okay, good. Sorry.
You scared me there.
Go ahead. No, I'll do it on my side. Go ahead. I'll do it on my end.
I'm filling in for Patti Arroyo. My name is Pauly Suba. Thank you so much for tuning in. It was a little wet coming in. It's as we get closer and closer to Christmas, the mornings don't start to get a little bit brighter until what, like 6:45-ish?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. That sounds right. That sounds good.
If you're out on the road right now, just continue to be safe out there, right? We'll get you through this Thursday and get you into the weekend. And all good vibes.
Yes.
What do my friends say in the CNMI? Todd's a negative?
Todd's a negative guinea.
Todd's a negative guinea.
Todd's a negative guinea.
Yeah.
Yeah, all good stuff. Good stuff.
Okay. But if you want to be negative, I'm kidding. Feel free, 671-922-1051. We're online, thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel, Wave 105.1 FM Guam. I watched the state funeral of Mayor Paul McDonald.
Bro, I cried.
Guam's longest serving mayor in its history, right? And so Governor Carl Gutierrez, who's a Democrat, gave the eulogy of Mayor McDonald.
Excellent.
And I knew that they were close.
Okay.
I knew they were close. I didn't realize how close
Okay.
they were.
Right on.
I didn't realize how Governor Carl Gutierrez helped with his campaign to run for his very first time. You know, they're both from Agana Heights. It makes sense. But I honestly didn't realize how close they were.
I think that's one village that looks beyond party lines, you know?
Yeah.
Right? Is that safe to
he
say?
says that.
Is that okay to
He said it's
okay.
they're community-based.
I love that.
Mayor McDonald had a community-based mindset. And not just for, obviously he fought for Agana Heights.
Oh, for sure.
Obviously and they talk a little bit about the renaming of Agana Heights to Tuha.
Oh, okay.
And he asked his community, what do you think? And Governor Carl Gutierrez says it in his in the eulogy that almost 0% of the people of Agana Heights said no to that.
All right, cool.
Wanted to keep it at Agana Heights, and so he went to the legislature and he stood his ground for his people.
Wow, nice.
You know, but then also working with all the mayors as the president of the Mayor's Council of Guam, so that all mayors had equity within the council. It was a beautiful eulogy, and I want to play some of that because me sharing with you what I heard doesn't do it justice. And so Dice sent over some video, like reels, right? They were posted on social media.
Yes, several. I still got
Of Mayor
them, yeah.
McDonald's family going to Agana Heights Elementary, I think even to the clinic where he would receive dialysis, right? And so students and teachers and the staff at Agana Heights, and then the clinicians over at where he would go to receive his services, right? They all came out and they paid their respects and said goodbye to Mayor McDonald.
Such
It
a
was just-
legacy.
it was
That's a
beautiful.
strong, yeah.
I think there's a sign outside of Agana Heights Elementary School that says "Rest in Love."
That was beautiful.
Right?
Yeah, they were singing some motor music too.
Yeah.
That was beautiful. That was really
Yeah.
amazing. Great job, kids.
And
Great job.
Mayor, it was good to see Mayor Richard Arroyo.
Yes,
right,
indeed.
because he's heartbroken.
Oh yeah, I could feel
right?
that.
He had a conversation with Patti Arroyo. He messaged me too on the day of.
Oh.
And he said, "Man, brother, I'm not home, and I'm heartbroken that I'm not home." You know, he's out in Boston, I believe, to send off his son
That's
to
right.
college.
Yes, him and his wife. Yes.
And he was just saying so many kind words about how much Mayor McDonald entrusted him for so many years too, leading up to, and even reached out to. He said, "My time is coming to an end to serve as the mayor," and so he wanted to tap Richard Arroyo. Richard Arroyo is practically a son to Mayor McDonald. Grew up with his son, right, since they were children. And so you could, just the message alone, I can feel how much love Mayor Rich has for Mayor McDonald. And then the next day he calls Patti Arroyo, and you can hear it, right?
Getting
And
choked up a little. Yeah.
so he was worried that he might not make it back for the funeral. And so I saw in one of those videos that he's so there, right? Yeah. Is somebody on the line?
Yes, we got Tin Joe.
Oh, Joe Maulik.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hey, 6:16 in the morning.
Hey.
Thank you for joining us, señor.
Buenas.
Buenas. Viva Webis.
No, last night, the tomorrow program, yesterday.
Yes. You too?
Yeah, there's two things is happening down in Malaysia.
Okay, go ahead.
The first thing that came to my mind is Malaysia defense, number one.
Okay.
Number two, hotel. Number three, the transfer DOC. But I'll choose the number one.
Wait, I don't know about I've never heard of the transfer DOC. I saw Senator Shango Matauta's release about transferring CLTC land to the National Guard for training. But what is the transfer DOC? I've not heard this one.
So I choose number one.
You choose number one? What is that?
Yeah.
What is that? What's number one?
Malaysia defense.
Oh, molester defense. Okay, got it. I was listening, and obviously I don't understand Somoro, but I was getting bits and pieces of what was said last night. A woman had called in. Somoro, speaking in Somoro.
It was really interesting yesterday.
Right. People I caught another one saying that their mother or grandmother has been waiting for CLTC land for quite some time now, and my question is that acreage of land, can we build on it? That's something that I want to have a deeper conversation about.
Right? Yeah.
Because we absolutely, it is. We should always question when we're transferring CLTC land out of there, when we still have so many people on the rolls that haven't gotten their land, but there are plenty of people that have, and they can't build on it either. And so this is a thing. This is an issue that we've been dealing with for quite some time. It costs too much money for anybody to invest in the infrastructure themselves.
Right.
Yeah.
We should keep up and check what is going on down at Malaysia.
Right. And so what I am glad is that this bill is not attached to a budget bill, that it's going to get its own public hearing. And so I imagine, understanding where the conversation went last night on Oden Finutomor with Senor Laguatnia, that there will be plenty of people that will be interested in the public hearing, opposing that bill, opposing this initiative to transfer CLTC land to the National Guard. And that's something that we all, I just like Senator Chris Duenas when he says he invites everybody to the public hearing on the two bills that the governor sent down to the legislature and has now been officially part of his committee, and they'll have a public hearing on those. Rightfully so. People should come and voice their opposition or their agreement, one way or another, on this on the record, right? Put it on the record, because I love Senor Laguatnia. I'm so glad that we have the show yesterday, and it's great that people were able to voice their concerns there. And I would also say to reach out to Senator Sean Gumataltal's office, and just like before, when there were a number of our Manumku that could not attend public hearings, they were able to send video footage when they were talking about Eagles Field, right? Original landowners that are saying, listen, we never got that taken care of. This is my family's land. This is my land, and I want fair compensation, or I want my land back, one or the other. Some wanted their land back specifically, and they were able to even zoom into the public hearing. So I imagine there are quite a number of people that aren't going to be able to make it down to the public hearing in person. And so the number to Senator Shango Mataltal's office is 647-1409, 647-1409. That is your right to call up your senator and let them know that you will be there at the public hearing. You want to know when the public hearing is happening, and maybe you can't make it and you want to send video footage or recording, or you want them to set up Zoom. I've seen it recently that they've set up Zoom for public hearings too. But
yeah. I mentioned yesterday regarding the Cross Island Road. Is that the case? I don't know for sure. I'm just assuming that probably it's Malaysia defense.
I'm listening.
I'm just getting ready to, my morning assignment, right?
Yes, I do. You're headed
I'm
over.
getting ready to go down.
Yeah.
We'll keep track on that.
Yes.
What actually is going on with Gumatalco.
So there's a letter that was sent to CLTC back in November of 2024. So this is not new. I mean, this is the first I've heard of it, but this is something that the Adjutant General Mike Cruz presented, requesting to use lot 527R1 in Malesu for local training area, right? And so it's the first I heard of it, but it's not new apparently, with a letter that is dated as far back as 2024. Yeah. Okay, senor. You take care.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and so again, we had people calling in yesterday for Oren Fino Tomorrow with Senor Ron Laguatnia, right? And sharing their concerns. Again, the number to Senator Shango Mataltal's office is 647-1409, 647-1409. I'm trying to think. I think it goes to Vice Speaker Tony Atta's committee as well.
Nice.
I think it would. I mean, if it's CLTC land, it's under his committee. I'll double check though. Okay, and so I think the people that are concerned about it have chimed in, but I didn't even touch on it, right, yesterday or the day before. So if you go back to the release from Senator Shango Mataltal, he states in this release that he has introduced Bill 182, transferring CLTC property in Molesso to the Guam National Guard. Again, a letter back in November of 2024 presented the National Guard's request to use this lot, 527R1 in Molesso, for a local training area. They proposed to develop the Molesso property to support both military training and to make the area available for use by the community, including our local public safety and law enforcement agencies. Priority of use will be given to the National Guard during their monthly weekend drills and annual training exercise. So I was talking to somebody last night, and they were saying, you know what, there's plenty of land that they use for training up in Anderson Air Force Base. The property is owned by the Naval, U.S. Navy, and it's being utilized by Anderson. And so, I mean, we have plenty of federal partnerships, and that could be something that they, that they look into even more so, is have that partnership with whether it be the U.S. Navy or Anderson Air Force leadership, to have the National Guard train up there by Arunal, by Letexen, all on that federal property. You see, if you're going to Letexen, there's a fence right on the other side. There's plenty of jungle there. So maybe that's not efficient. Maybe you have to go to the Philippines to do some of that training. I mean, I don't know all of the issues. I don't know all of the challenges. I get that logistically it makes even that it works out a lot better if you can train here in Guam, right here. You don't have to deploy as much. And what that would mean for our own Guard members, it would benefit them tremendously. I'm not against that. These are our brothers and sisters. These are our fathers, our mothers. These are our sons and our daughters. I understand that immensely. It's difficult when they deploy, even for training. At the same time, though, we have many issues, many obstacles. Sometimes we get in our own way. Sometimes we did it to ourselves. When we're transferring CLTC land out for its real purpose. Why is it in? Why does it belong to the CLTC? It's because our own people had their land taken from them. And this is the process to get them land back. It's practically impossible to give them the land back in Sumai on naval base. In some of the other places that the military is not even using right now, but they plan to, up at Anderson Air Force Base too. So this is the process. This is what we've set up. And we're not even, we have barely started. And so anytime we're taking land out of, and this is not the first time either, then we're getting further and further away from what we did to set this up and what the goal is. We cannot lose sight of the goal. The goal is to get our people that are on the rolls land to help them live the rest of their lives and to fulfill that injustice. Land was taken. That's the goal. 6:29 in the morning. I can take them. Dice is somebody right now, and so I'm trying to decide where we're going to go because we're at the bottom of the hour. I can take them now, or we can do this after the break.
Okay, I got Pete's on to.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah? All right,
Let's get in, Attorney Pete. Hafa Adai, Attorney Pete.
Hafa Adai, Pauly. Good morning.
Good morning.
So I called in yesterday during the tomorrow.
Okay, so you can translate better than I can. And so what I thought I'm hearing, and me and my wife are both in the car, and she knows more than I do, but there was a lot of opposition. Am I correct or am I wrong?
Well, not necessarily opposition.
Okay.
For the I guess the idea of taking the land out of the inventory, yes, there's opposition there.
Okay.
But that doesn't mean, they shouldn't or couldn't utilize that property. They could always get a memorandum of understanding, right, to use it, and then, that wouldn't necessarily transfer it out. So the thing is, once you transfer it out, then it's out, right? And what if they decide they don't want to use it anymore? We've seen example after example on Guam where, an area has been designated for certain use, but then later on, they don't use it anymore. Like we had some training sites up in Andy South, over in Finnegads and places like that, and then they abandoned it. And so, with that in mind, why transfer it? Why not just allow them to use it for 20 years, 30 years, something like that? And then they can possibly continue to use it if need be. But if not, then it just stays in the CLTC inventory. That's one option. The other option is, we already have a place that's built up. It's their old raceway up in Jigo, right?
Yeah.
Do a memorandum of understanding over there. I know Save Southern Guam, or I'm not sure if that's exactly their name.
Guahan?
No, the group that doesn't want any development in the South. They fought against hotels. They fought against. Yeah, so I think it's called Save Southern Guam.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of people that share that sentiment that they don't want the South to be developed. They don't want, to change the character of the South.
Well, I would say on a bird's eye view, when people are taking shots of taking photos of on a bird's eye view of Camp Blas, it was heartbreaking to see how much was bulldozed over, right? Understanding that Marine Corps Base Camp Blas has a program to grow and plant native trees back. But when you just see it for the first time, that all of that limestone forest is just gone, it's heartbreaking, and I can picture the same thing if this happens down at Malesu.
Yeah, but in any event, whether they transfer the land or whether they have a memorandum of agreement, one of the problems is you're going to have that environmental impact study, right?
Or maybe not. I mean, President Trump is trying to. Alligator Alcatraz, they went forward without that study, but then it did get shut down by a judge. So.
Right, but our local EPA can still require it.
And they
right?
and as they should. As they should.
Yeah, and so that might be too much to bite off, to bite off more than you can chew to try to develop that part of the island when we already have, the old raceway that can be used for the purposes that they want. Right. They already have hardtop up there. They already have buildings. I'm just throwing things out there, but the other main point that I called in about yesterday was just generally speaking with the CLTC inventory, right? It's not a true trust, Pauly. It's only a trust by name, but that's a legal fiction. A trust is something that can't be touched. It's something that's locked away. But right now, any senator has the key to the padlock.
Right.
And then the other point I made was, what do you call it? The problem is called the problem of the commons, right? And that's like, think of the senators and all this land that we have on the island that's supposedly held in trust.
Right.
The problem of the commons is when something is free to be taken, right? And anyone can come and take. They will abuse that. History has shown, and it's usually used to describe like wild areas where you can hunt buffalo, or wild areas where you can fish. If there's no regulation, if there's nothing stopping people, the problem of the commons is everybody's going to look at everybody else and say, hey, I better take up what I can before somebody else takes it. And so then you end up depleting the resource.
Right.
That's called the problem of the commons. And that's what we're seeing.
Tragedy of the commons.
Or tragedy of the commons, yeah. And so that's what we're seeing with the senators and Chamorro Land Trust, right? They want to just take, and then nobody's stopping them. There's nothing to stop them. And then next thing you know, we're not going to have anything left. And like I said, we got to face reality. The Chamorro Land Trust is not a trust. It's only a trust in name, but that's an inaccurate name. Because if anyone can dip their hand into the cookie jar, then that's not a true trust by legal definition.
Right. I got somebody else on the line, attorney. Do you mind if I pivot? Yeah.
Sure.
Thanks.
All right.
Thank you. Fair points. Absolutely. I 100% agree. We have. I'm sorry. I forgot your name. I'm sorry. You're on the air though.
Yes, Magod. This is Magodai.
Hafa Adai, Magodai.
Rafa, Mamalika Torus.
Maulik.
The reason why I called in, because I did talk to Dave yesterday on, what's it called, Mr. Logana Station.
It was you, yes. Hafa Adai. I briefly understood, but yes, thank you for calling in this morning.
Yes, but I was just going to bring up the issue regarding to the CLT, right? Mm-hmm. Now, if Dave has those maps for all Chamorro Land Trust, so we can know where is it located at. Why is it that they're trying to build another one down in the south? Pauly, there's a lot of the Chamorros are suffering right now out there. And they were not given any Chamorro Land Trust from their ancestors. Okay, and for one thing, like, for example, my mom is still alive, and I went with her to sign up for this Chamorro Land Trust. And somehow my name was on the list with my children. And up to this time, there was nothing, no call. But the thing is that we're still waiting. And, right now everything is going up on cost of living and everything, and people are just having hardship, renting apartments, and, living in a house where they can't even afford. So where are they going to end up staying? Why can't they just subdivide any of those Chamorro Land Trusts and give these people out there? The other thing is the raceway. Pauly, even though you're driving out in the main road, look at left, right of your mirror. People are just racing out there in front of you and the side of you or wherever you go. They cause accidents. You die out there. And then they're going to have a raceway up there. Business people is the first priority on this, thing where we don't agree on that. Because they're taking away all this Chamorland Trust so they can make their own business out there under the Chamorland Trust. So that has to stop, and I've been waiting for a long time. And up to this point, there's nothing that came up to this. I know they mentioned that there's going to be another protest, and I want to support that. Because, you know what, when I went there to a meeting down in the legislature, they were showing this association up in the north side. Filipino Association, Palau Association, Chuki Association. It's a group of, that were given up there in the northern side. Why is that? How did they get that? I just don't understand. And here we are, the Chamorro people, we're still waiting out there. We need to identify all this Chamorro land trust and let's stop that because we need to move in. Because this is coming from our parents, our great-grandparents, and they're going to ignore that? No, Pauly. Todo respeto está. They're just doing it on their own. So whenever they have something that has to do with Chamorland Trust, that has to be approved by the Chamorland Trust, who's ever taking that over. And that's the only way that they can stop that. Business people, they can do whatever they want because they're up there. They make good money. They don't care about the low-class people. They don't because they want to make business out there for themselves. And that has to stop. I understand that military are growing. And look at the raceway, Pauly. Our children, yes, the guy that mentioned about the military, yes. We have children that are going into the military, even high school graduates are going to join military. Why can't they build a VA hospital, clinic, and all those areas up there in the raceway? One whole big area just like Naval Hospital. They have psychiatrists. They should have a hospital there, a clinic there, mental health, psychology, and they even provided homeless for those veterans that don't, that are qualified. Now, the thing is that they should think about that because our children are growing here in Guam, joining military. And we don't want them to end up with nothing. Always military taking over military. But we need to build a VA clinic, a bigger hospital, a clinic up there in the raceway, if that's a Chamorland Trust. And I agree with that because, like I said, our children are joining military. And where are they going to end up with when they retire? They can always go to that area where they can provide benefit. Why there's benefit all over the place? They should have one location to all this. So if they have enough money or whatever the federal can do to build a VA area, just one area for all these veterans, psychologists, psychiatrists, clinic, hospital, school for those that are working for under disability under the VA, they should have that all in that one location, not just outside community, So, it's just so frustrating, really, Pauly. I've seen a lot of veterans now are gone. Our ancestors' parents are all gone. They can't even speak for themselves because they're not here. They're gone, And here I am. My mom is still sitting there, 95 years old, and I just celebrated her birthday last month. And she cried because she doesn't even want that. Because the reason why is because, that's the manomku feeling. And we respect the manomku feeling that we have to respect also everyone who they're living or die for their respectful, for their Chamorro area, for during after the war, and it's so sad.
Saina Magodai, I'm going to give you this phone number, and hopefully if your mother is not able to attend the public hearing, at least maybe a recording or Zoom in, or you can speak for her. The number is 647-1409. 647-1409. That is his phone number, and so you can ask when is the public hearing, and you can either speak for your mother or maybe zoom in and your mother, because I feel, right, many of our senators, our island leaders have said that they are our greatest generation, and so we need to continue to hear them out. And so I think that if she speaks at this public hearing, it will be very powerful. But you can also speak for her, too. I think it would be just as powerful. But I thank you, Saina Magodai. Is there anything else you want to say? I have to take this break.
Okay, no, that's it. I just hope people out there in Guam can understand and everything, and let's just continue on with the CLT and person that taking care of that to hold everything back. No transfer, no whoever's going to build anything. Come on, man. We have to respect our ancestors, too. You know, I know a lot of them are still living. Some of them are gone. But we have to respect that, too, because we go out there and sign for them. They were still alive when we were signing ourselves and our children. So we have to respect that, too.
Sus Masi. Saina.
Adios.
Adios. 6:45 in the morning, we will take the break. And then on the other side, we got more. After the CBS News, Senator Chris Dueñas, we're going to be calling him, or he's going to be calling us. And we're going to be talking about the resolution that him and a number of senators have signed on to. Obviously, they still have to vote on that resolution, but it would be to reach out to the president, Donald Trump, and allow for us to transfer that money, reallocate ARPA money that's already allocated for the medical complex, right, in Manilao, and reallocate it to the current hospital. And so, and then obviously, Governor Lulian Guerrero is set to sign or veto or line veto. I have no idea what she's going to do, but she has until tomorrow. And so she told Joe Taitano of the Guam PDN, we'll see what she does tomorrow. And so Senator Chris Dueñas will be on the show around 7:15, and then at 7:30, Senator Teresa Areola. We carved out time because it's important to hear from the Director of Public Health on how they can move forward with their agency, knowing that funding is being, federal funding is being lost. There's a rule act out there about $5 billion for 50 states to help compensate for that federal funding. And however, none of it are for territories. And so Guam is a territory. So that's what we have. And then also, I still do want to play some audio files from Mayor Paul McDonald's state funeral yesterday. And so Governor Carl Gutierrez gave a powerful eulogy. And so we'll find time in this show, Mornings with Patti, and play some of that for our audience. And because he's such an honorable man, an honorable individual, and such an amazing public servant that other public servants can look to for guidance on how to move in some very uncertain times. And so his legacy lives forever in the people in his family and the people of Agana Heights. And so we want to honor him as well by playing some of that from Governor Carl Gutierrez sometime during this show. But we'll take the break, 6:47 in the morning. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Pauly Suba, filling in for Patti Arroyo. This is Mornings with Patti on Wave 105.
Get double the speed at zero extra cost with GTA Fiber. Experience super fast and reliable fiber internet speeds, now starting at 200 Mbps to 1 gig, with upload speeds just as fast as download speeds and 100 times faster than cable internet. You can enjoy lag-free gaming and clear video calls. Fast is also affordable. Sign up for Fiber 200 for only $70 a month. Visit gta.net or call 644-4482. Terms and conditions apply.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Good morning, everyone. It's Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM, hosted by Pauly Suba. Pika's best for a Thursday, September 4th. We have your local headlines for you right now. It's Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine, and it's all proudly brought to you by our friends at McDonald's. Bringing on the fall flavors at McDonald's Guam. Go ahead and treat yourself to the pumpkin and cream pie or the pumpkin spice latte, or how about the pumpkin iced coffee? Hurry in, it is available for a limited time, only at McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. Senator Will Parkinson will be hosting a town hall next week, Wednesday, to open discussions on Guam's political future. The town hall will take place at the Jigo Senior Citizen Center and is the first in a series of village-level meetings aimed at bringing the conversation of Guam's political status directly to the community, Parkinson said in a statement yesterday. The three prevailing political futures for Guam by the Guam Commission on Decolonization are independence, free association, and statehood. In 2024, Adelup said that a political plebiscite requires executive, legislative, and judicial branch government leaders joining together. During a press conference celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Organic Act of Guam back in July, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio said that the Organic Act of Guam is a critical chapter in Guam's journey towards true self-determination. In more news, the Public Broadcasting Service of Guam announced yesterday that its original documentary, titled Something to Call Our Own, a Chamorro Dance Story, has been selected to compete at the Pacific Island Film Festival, New York City 2025, in its words, marking a win for cultural preservation. The documentary follows the Guam dance delegation's journey at the 13th Festival of Pacific Arts in 2024. PBS said that the film underscores the station's mission to preserve, elevate, and share Guam's heritage through high-quality public media. PBS Guam's general manager, Ina Carrillo, said in a statement yesterday that the selection is a milestone for the island and a tribute to artists that carry Chamorro traditions forward. The film is set to be screened in New York on September 20th. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, The Wave 105, and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Mark your calendars, Guam. Red Ball 2025 is approaching, and with it comes an evening of elegance, purpose, and community. This celebrated event unites our island in support of a meaningful cause, honoring the spirit of giving through style, compassion, and connection.
The American Red Cross helped me begin my process of recovery and building in a very unexpected way. I started volunteering with the Guam chapter in July of 2024, drawn to help with Operation Never Forgotten, which revitalizes the Guam Veteran Cemetery, ensuring that the final resting place of our fallen service members and their families is treated with dignity and care. Standing side by side with fellow volunteers, I felt a deep sense of meaning, especially as I reflected that someday my own parents would rest there. The Red Cross gave me more than a place to serve. It gave me a place to grieve, to honor, and to heal. Through their mission, I found purpose in pain and hope in loss. For that, I will always be grateful. The Red Cross is always there for our military, our veterans, and our community. Your generosity makes the Red Cross mission possible. Because of you, we bring comfort and care to our military service members, veterans, and families, while standing ready for our island community in times of need. With every contribution, you help the Red Cross turn compassion into action, bringing hope to those who serve and to the communities we call home.
Hafa Adai, everyone. Let's go ahead and hit the streets together with your first look at this morning's Real Deal Traffic Report, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, where you could schedule a test drive by calling 478-AUTO or look at our inventory. It's available on our website at guamautospot.com. Again, folks, that number is 478-AUTO. And Mobile Gas Station. Download our app today for exclusive fuel coupons. You can visit guam.mobile.com for more details. Traffic is light on the northern end of the island. We have no delays getting around Anderson Air Force Base. Gaz and Ariel's looking really nice and clear. Paris Acres, no delays this morning. McDonald's or Payless in Jigo, light traffic. East Sangsong Road is quite clear this morning. No delays there. Route 3 is going to change up, guys. Getting around areas like Finagay and Machinao. Or if you're coming around Astumbo or Ukadu, you will find some north and both southbound southbound traffic stretching all the way towards the Guam Regional Medical City. Outside of the Micronesia Mall at the Jollibee intersection, we got north and southbound traffic there. Route 16 is looking nice and clear. No delays along Route 8 this morning. JFK Kmart intersection around Guam Girl Scouts this morning. And kind of working your way around the village of Donkey, you'll find additional delays this morning. But again, folks, traffic is light this morning. We do have school buses making their rounds, so please watch your speed limit in the school zones and in the villages. Eyes on the roads, not on the phones. No texting and driving on the streets of Guam. And remember, folks, seatbelts are sexy. Let's make sure our seatbelts are fastened and that our kids are strapped safely in the proper boostering car seats. Your Real Deal Traffic Report brought to you by Guam Auto Spot and Mobile Gas Station.
It's the Guam Auto Spot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at GuamAutospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Auto Spot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and base-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Have you tried all 19 Subway Series sandwiches? All crafted to crave, the Subway Series celebrates Subway's over 60 years of expertise in sandwich making. From flavorful cheese steaks and chicken subs to delicious Italianos, mouth-watering clubs, and the high-protein deli heroes, the Subway Series delivers maximum crave factor with a perfect combination of choice meats, cheeses, fresh and hand-sliced veggies, freshly baked breads, and signature sauces. The Subway Series is curated from hundreds of chef-inspired recipes to earn a coveted spot on the Subway Series menu. Get what you're craving for today at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh.
Talk the way it should be. Wave 105 FM.
Welcome back. Mornings with Patti, rolling with dice. My name is Pauly Suba, hanging out with you on a Thursday. Biba Webis. Yeah. 5 minutes till the top of the hour. And so my feed has been filled with a number of the survivors.
Okay.
From that are associated with the Epstein files.
Wow.
Right? Epstein, the victims.
Okay.
I don't even like calling Epstein victims. These are women that have been victimized, not just by Epstein. I mean, this guy was a predator.
Yes.
Him and I don't know how to pronounce her her first name. I just know her as Maxwell.
Okay.
Ghislaine?
Yeah, that's
right?
gonna have to work. Yeah.
She's from England, right?
Okay.
And
all
so Maxwell and Epstein, they were predators, preying on minors.
Yes, on their little Peekadoo Island,
taking advantage of them. Their insecurities, maybe even like promising them careers in acting, helping them with their finances, that they'll be financially stable more than, and just clearly taking advantage of these women. And at the time, many of them were minors. And so they've been going through in Congress, they've been sharing more of their story, right? And so it's getting in the way of some of the work that they're doing in Congress, right? But I'm glad that there are senators and delegates that are not that are hearing them out. And so when I even watch PBS NewsHour, Donald Trump doesn't like PBS NewsHour.
He doesn't.
They're still saying, though, that much that was released in during these congressional hearings is much of the same. Almost no new names have been put out, right? So to be fair, no new names have been put out, but names like Bill Clinton gets brought up again. A victim standing in front of the Capitol said that they were taken to Africa, and she was with President Clinton and other world leaders. And so this is something to definitely continue to pay attention to, right? Marjorie Taylor Greene is advocating for these women. And one of the the statement that she said that is very powerful, it came from her. She said, put yourself in their shoes when the whole world isn't even wanting to dismiss them. When you ask, why don't they just name the names? It's not that easy. These are powerful people, not just men, powerful people that are ready to sue them into poverty, disgrace them, and they have the ability to do it because they're powerful people. So of course they're scared. But they are all coming together. These women are coming together, and they're going to put together their own list. And if they want to hand it to her, she will walk that list into Congress, and she will not be afraid to say every single name. And I will say, watching them, we cannot dismiss these women. I want to put myself in their shoes too, but I can't even imagine. But I think about my daughter. And so I wouldn't want anybody to ignore what my daughter is saying. Because they are being attacked on social media, all over. They are being diminished. They are trying to silence what they have to say. There was another woman that was shaking practically after hearing from the victims, from these survivors. And I can tell what she was told was pretty drastic, was intense, was probably overwhelming. And so they're going to put together this list. And just by the way that she was shaking, I can tell that these are names that we know. And I can tell they're on both sides of the aisle. And it doesn't matter if there's 100 Democrats and 30 Republicans. It doesn't matter if it's 100 Republicans and 30 Democrats. It's simple, because people are saying it's difficult. I don't think it's difficult. I think that we just need the political will to put them all in jail. Whoever it is, if they had anything to do with it, charge them. Bill Clinton, charge him. President Trump, charge him. It's not that hard. If anybody had anything to do with it, charge them. 7:02 in the morning, KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's abuse called today for more transparency.
This is a crime. that, by our Justice Department's own admission, has 1,000 victims.
They and lawmakers on both sides of the aisle want the release of all of the documents in the case. CBS's Scott McFarland reports the latest release last night didn't go nearly far enough.
Yeah, one estimate that was given by one of the congressmen who spoke, Ro Khanna of California, was that what was released is roughly 1% of what the federal government may have on Jeffrey Epstein. You saw the front-facing documents from the Department of Justice, the things they filed in court. When the Department of Justice or any prosecutor goes to court, they're submitting a fraction of what they have as part of their investigation. These survivors, their attorneys, these members of Congress want all of it put in the public domain.
President Trump hosted Poland's president today, and the White House later said Trump will speak with Ukraine's president tomorrow about ending the war with Russia.
What a mess! What a bloody mess! It's going to get done one way or the other.
Russian President Putin said today he'd be willing to meet with President Zelensky in Moscow. Putin was in China for President Xi's military parade marking the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. It was also designed in part to send a message to Washington, as Anna Corin reports.
This spectacle was more than just commemorating the war dead. It was an opportunity for Xi to take center stage, flanked by his powerful allies and neighbors. And the message was undeniable: strength in solidarity and a challenge to the U.S.-dominated world order.
The U.S. strike on an alleged drug boat in the Caribbean yesterday has raised questions about whether the U.S. goal in Venezuela is regime change. CBS's Charlie Daggett is at the Pentagon.
President Trump called this the first strike, and I think it's important to listen to the president because a lot of what's going on here, including putting that video out, it's about messaging. It's about sending a message to Venezuela itself, but also to drug traffickers in that region. He said there's more to come.
A New York judge will allow DNA evidence obtained through advanced techniques to be introduced into a Long Island murder trial. CBS's Jennifer McLogan.
The judge is allowing hair DNA to be used as evidence in this Gilgo Beach serial killer case. If it ever goes to trial, this will be precedent-setting in New York state courts.
Rex Heuermann, a 61-year-old architect, is charged in the deaths of 7 women in a series of killings that prosecutors say spanned decades. On Wall Street at this hour, stocks are mixed. The Nasdaq is higher by 136. The Dow is lower. This is CBS.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-0593. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-0593. That's 800-497-0593. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
There's new video of a famous shipwreck off the coast of Greenland.
The SS Terra Nova carried Captain Robert Scott and his team to their fatal expedition to the South Pole in 1910. The ship was used commercially until 1943 when it sank off Greenland's south coast. Now, Leighton Raleigh and his fellow researchers at Rev Ocean have conducted the first visual survey of the shipwreck. They got great video of the ship's wheel.
When you think of the people who have stood there, maneuvered their Terra Nova through ice and various things like Captain Scott, it was like, wow.
The shipwreck has become a colorful reef. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
WhatsApp has patched a security vulnerability that allowed sophisticated attacks against the Apple devices of specific users. The messaging app, which is owned by Meta, says the problem, along with the bug found in operating systems, allowed hackers to steal information from Apple devices for about 90 days. The company says less than 200 users were targeted. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Good morning, guys. Welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM. It's 7:08 on a Thursday, September 4th. We are streaming online this morning at thewave105.com as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. Mornings with Patti, hosted by Pauly Suba, being brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar, Pat's Tinting and Detailing, GTA. We start with you, the medical city where patients are partners. Sherwin Williams Paints, Wise Owl, the wise choice in animal care. Subway, Eat Fresh, Hilton Guam Resort and Spa, King's Restaurant, always open, always local. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Take Care Insurance Company, our island, your health plan. Your local headlines for you right now. It's Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine, and Paul Stanko of the National Weather Service in Teton. And it's all brought to you by our friends at McDonald's. Bring on the fall flavors. It's happening at McDonald's Guam. Treat yourself to the pumpkin and cream pie or the pumpkin spice latte. How about the pumpkin iced coffee? Hurry in. It's for a limited time. It's fall season at McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenos and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. Agata Johnston Middle School went into lockdown yesterday afternoon due to a pursuit of a suspect in the area by the Guam Police Department. Guam Department of Education spokesperson Damon Borja told reporters yesterday that the school was placed into immediate lockdown and confirmed at the time that all students and staff were secured inside the campus. GPD has not yet released additional details about the suspect or the nature of the pursuit. This is an evolving story. In more news, Guam Memorial Hospital CEO and Administrator Lillian Perez-Posadas will retire by the end of the month, according to the hospital in a statement yesterday. Posadas announced her retirement earlier this year by January 2026. Sharon Davis, chairperson of the GMH Board of Trustees, said that the board will announce an interim CEO at their next scheduled board meeting set for September 24th. Posadas has served as GMH's CEO and administrator since 2019. GMH said that the search for a new hospital administrator and CEO remains ongoing. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, the Wave 105 and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Hafa Adai, Guam. This is Paul Stanko with your National Weather Service on Thursday, September 4th. Scattered showers will continue through Saturday as a series of troughs moves through. Winds will be east at 5 to 15 miles per hour through Friday, then 5 to 10 miles per hour afterward. Combined seas of 2 to 4 feet today could settle even a foot lower after Friday. There will be a low risk of rip currents through at least the weekend. The latest weather information can always be found at www.weather.gov/GUM.
The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Good morning, Guam. Okay, guys, let's go ahead and hit the streets really quick with your second look at your real deal traffic report, brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, where you can schedule a test drive by calling 478-AUTO, or if you'd like to check out our inventory, it is available on our website at guamautospot.com. And mobile gas station, download our app today for exclusive fuel coupons. Visit guam.mobile.com for more details. That's mobile gas stations. We're looking at the southern end of the island. It looks like traffic is picking up along Route 4 this morning, getting up and around Ipan Beach Park. It looks like we have a little delay, but after that, it's going to be smooth sailing through Donya this morning. Tight hot pockets getting around Tendon Inda, or working your way around Ordot at the Cost You Less Express. We have a little delay there. Sinahanya is going to be nice and smooth this morning. No delays through Hagåtña. Route 8 is beginning to pick up, but again, folks, traffic is still light, so if there's anywhere you need to be, now will be your your best bet. Remember, guys, seatbelts are sexy. Make sure that your seatbelts are fastened and that our kids are strapped safely in the proper booster-in car seats. This is your Real Deal Traffic Report from Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by our friends at Mobile Gas Station and Guam Auto Spot.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup at your convenience or delivery right to your doorstep. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Every company needs money for investments to help grow a working capital to take on today's economy. That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you. We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step, or perhaps for a startup, including working with SBA and GITA. Bank Pacific. And we want to be your partner. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Every milestone tells a story. The Hilton Guam Resort and Spa believes those stories deserve more than a party. They deserve a memory. Whether it's a wedding, a christening, a birthday, or an anniversary, the Hilton will make your special day effortless, elegant, and unforgettable. And when you book your banquet, you'll enjoy exclusive savings on guest rooms. Choose Hilton Guam Resort and Spa because your moments matter most. Call 671-646-1835, extension 5306 to start planning today.
It just works. Wave 105 FM.
O sina sumagahaon ratu Ili sa tagma aginin hagu
Biba!
Yes, sir!
Oh, I feel it in my corazon.
Hey, nice.
I love it. Rolling with dice. Biba Webes, 7:15 in the morning, and so that means we get to hang out with Senator Chris Duenas at this time. Hafa Adai, Senor, thank you so much, Senator, for hanging out with us here on Mornings with Patti. And so we can get a better understanding of how things are going to be moving. Still not necessarily knowing what the governor is going to do. She has until tomorrow. She told Joe Titano of the Guam PDN yesterday that wait and see. And so I wanted to reach out to you, Senator, and just ask first if you can update us. I haven't spoken to you since last week or 2 weeks ago. And a lot has happened and a lot hasn't happened since. But Saturday, you went into special session, and it didn't last for much of 5 minutes. And then maybe we can start there.
Hafa Adai, buenos dias para Hagu, no Sr. Pauly, dan con todos idades, dan todo jauta mana ekono Hagu y programamu. Good morning to everyone, and yourself, of course, and Dice. And I'm glad to be here. So, yeah, that's a great starting point, Pauly. Essentially what we have is the governor's call to session on two very substantive pieces of legislation that on its face have merit in terms of what the struggles, particularly the governor and the legislature, have had in managing the severe problems at the Guam Memorial Hospital. However, given the expansive powers, emergency powers that are being requested, the body felt, basically, I think there was only 3 votes to proceed. We only had 8 members present at the time. Many folks had scheduled travel and the like. So that in itself, I wasn't comfortable with proceeding. Anything could pass with 5 votes, and I just think that's a little bit too much of a concentration of power on something that's so important and needs debate. So next Friday, Pauly, on the 12th, we will have a rounding day that will probably take you in the following week. It will probably last for all of your shows during that time. We're going to have 3 pieces of legislation being contemplated. 1S, 2S, and also the resolution by 9 members of the legislature asking the president and the administration, because this is an administrative maneuver, to reallocate the $104 million to GMH for immediate repairs that are under the guise of Fix GMH Now. And so these bills will be duly heard. There will be no problem possibly contemplating them in the session scheduled for September. So we are working, and we are working hard. None of us are on vacation, I can tell you that much. And in fact, I got public hearings next week on the 9th, and then the whole week will be busy for me and my committee. Like I said, the entire day of Friday will be set aside for basically the Super Bowl of legislation.
Understood. So she was talking to Joe Titano of the PDN yesterday, right? And so I was listening in through, I don't think it was edited at all. It was about under 10 minutes. And so she had said that she sent down those two. By law, she can't declare a state of emergency. She doesn't have the authority to declare a state of emergency. She does have the authority to declare a public emergency, but the situation at GMH does not define the public health emergencies. And so I think that's where she basically called out the legislature and said that you had recessed for a month, but you're clarifying and saying that's not happening.
No, not at all.
So the importance of it going to your committee, can you share with our audience how it goes to your committee and how that's all going to be broken down, like you said, the next couple of days starting September 12th?
Sure, Paul. It goes to my committee because fundamentally it's under government operations. Okay. And really with the emphasis on this is budgetary in nature.
Right.
You know, I mentioned to the governor on several conversations that I had with her that one of the fine features of this budget that we hope becomes law soon is that she will have now the ability to transfer money into GMH under her transfer authority. We also gave her a 50% transfer authority, unprecedented for any governor to have that kind of latitude. Typical is about 10 to 15% to manage that $1.35 billion budget. Mm-hmm. So the thing is that that is the first step. You know, what the governor shared this with me, what she's really struggling with is the management and what's going on at GMH internally right now. I believe they have some differences in terms of how money is being spent. Are they curbing and controlling, employment? What are they doing with their budgeted vacancies? How are they transferring that money? The last time I was with OFB, it was about $4 million. I mean, there are a lot of mechanisms internally that the administration can be using. And so what I think now is now that the governor has the ability for any other resources going into GMH, that's where the real control is. Control the money, you control the operation. And then, of course, you hold management accountable. I think right now, many people, and I talk to a lot of people on what I call my pullovers at the grocery store, yesterday at the doctor's office and stuff, and everybody kind of sees from the outside the feedback that I'm getting is structurally insolvent right now in terms of what's going on at the hospital. And here's the other thing. You know, the governor appointed the board, and the board is confirmed by the legislature. The governor really can effectuate any policies that she wants or needs through the board. I know Governor Calvo and Governor Camacho, when I worked with them in the executive branch, consistently would meet with not only senior leadership, but meet with the board and then meet with the fiscal people. And our fiscal teams were constantly working with GMH. I don't know if that's going on right now, and if it's not, it's a tragedy. I mean, guys like Ed Byrne, Lester Carlson, a lot of their brain power and brain trust there really should almost be parked over at GMH, kind of guiding them along on some of the things that are happening. And so I just don't see this inability to maneuver to help GMH and the expansive government, authority she's asking for. I mean, for the governor alone, basically without procurement, to hire physicians, to a medical staff to purchase, to purchase land, is in that. And I just don't know that, the Attorney General not being involved in stuff like that as to form and legality on all of these maneuvers that would happen. I mean, to just throw out the entire procurement process, which is what the second bill does, for the medical complex, I think we're going down a road, and I think the Attorney General is prepared to make a presentation on Friday that this is a tectonic shift, and basically putting sole power in the hands of the chief executive, and I can't say anything less than right now. The way the bills are written is dangerous.
Understood. Thank you for sharing, because I was going to ask you what is your take when you look at those two bills, because again, Speaker Frank Bloss Jr. said it's pretty expansive. When he asked her to send her down bills, he didn't realize it was going to be that. But then, so can we talk about your resolution real quick? Because I don't want to.
Yeah.
I don't want to get in the way of Director Teresa Arreola. I set this up since yesterday, and so I don't have much time with you. And so the resolution would redirect funds from the medical complex that have already been allocated to the Mangilao project, and you want it to be reallocated to GMH. Governor Lulian Guerrero said yesterday that can happen because laws and policies have already been made through Congress.
Yeah, so what we're going to do, Pauly, during the opening of the resolution discussion and public hearing, which, by the way, for our listeners, this is a substantive resolution. It's not like saying congratulations because you hit 100 home runs this year. This is actual legislation that gets transmitted to Congress and the president. What we believe in our research is that there have been other jurisdictions that have done allocations internally for those projects which were actually already in the pike and approved. Now, you remember, that's why I sent you that article where the governor moved $20 million in December of 2024 back to the new medical complex. And when we did an oversight on GMH, they said, we didn't even know it got taken until we were told, we can't fund our projects anymore. And the governor clawed that back, and Lester Carlson said, you guys didn't write up your encumbrances well enough. But remember now that was moving that money to a project that doesn't even have enough land right now. Land condemnation is going on, and there's not even a plan. So how can this be not encumbered properly for the hospital, but you can move it to a new hospital that's got no plans in place right now, except for maybe some infrastructure plans? So for us, this is a mantra of fix GMH now. We believe that we can get favorable consideration by the Trump administration through what we wrote to Secretary Bessent and others to say, yes, Guam, this is a worthy need, and we enumerated in the resolution why. We've got tourists here, we've got military personnel, we've got our local population. Everybody uses GMH. It is the fundamental emergent hospital for Guam, and it needs to be fixed now. We believe we can get favorable consideration to reallocate that money.
Understood. I think her argument would be that they did move that money before the deadline, though.
Yes, but we believe our research will bear out that there are others projects that have been have been considered after the deadline. We don't believe at this point in time that it's a hard lockbox, but if it is, hey, God bless us for trying, right? Because any pot of money right now to fix GMH now is appropriate to be considered.
Understood. And so, I mean, Senator Sabrina Salas-Mantanani went to the hospital. It's no secret that, I mean, we'll have Vince call in a number of times and share that we need to act now, and he's not just calling out the governor, he's calling out the legislature as well. And so, go ahead. I mean, again, how urgent all of this is, it's extremely urgent, right? The governor said absolutely it is extremely urgent, and the urgency is still you working through all of this on September 12th, and then where do we go after that? It's going to be in the session late September into October. Dr.
Okamoto is not wrong. The truth is that when the fiscal year budget starts, it's a brand new year, and right now there's at least $52 million going to GMH. They can start fronting the allocations in terms of their budgetary allocations. they can get money there now, and then we can figure other stuff out down the line. The first $20 million of excess revenue is already in law. If when the budget becomes law, the excess revenue of 2026. So right now, GMH is looking at about $70 to $75 million that it will have at the start of the fiscal year when this budget becomes law. So the truth is, there's money to do things. It's now about priorities. If you look at all the way we put the funding mechanisms in for GMH, and then we're still contemplating the $35 million that should be in a bank account that was appropriated in 2022 for GMH, what the Attorney General is looking into now too. So we believe there's pots of money to get to work. Dr. Komodo is right. It's about prioritizing, and it's about both of us putting down our swords and picking up our pens and pencils.
I appreciate that so very much, Senator. Thank you. Understanding that this budget bill, she's going to take action on it tomorrow. Is there anything that you'd like to say? Maybe persuade once more to have her sign it? I don't know.
I encourage the governor to sign the bill, or at least let it lapse, and write us a letter in terms of how frustrated and what she feels the difficulties are with the budget. I don't know what her play is or what her what she's going to do, but the truth is this budget has everything she needs to be able to do what she needs to do. If she tries to contemplate some other arrangement, we'll have to consider it. But I believe this right now is the best mechanism to move us forward. And then we'll have to get together as a body to decide on what we're going to do after her disposition. But I urge the governor to, while she maybe begrudgingly and doesn't like this budget, most governors don't like budgets because there's a lot to love, there's a lot to hate, there's also a lot to tolerate. So the fact is that that's the natural process of budget. I've never seen a governor sign a budget saying this is the best budget I've ever seen in my life. It just doesn't happen. It's a voluminous document that inevitably will leave things out and do things well. So it's a living document. It's a plan going forward. So I humbly ask the governor to at least let it lapse and write us a letter telling us why she doesn't like it.
Understood. And then I heard you during all of the debate that you are going to be setting up. I think you even told the Guam Chamber of Commerce that you're going to have quarterly meetings, that these budget talks with these agencies aren't just going to happen in March. You're going to start having quarterly meetings, especially with agencies like GDOE and GMHA, so everybody's on the same page when it comes to their needs.
Absolutely. We're going to be, this budget that goes into law on October 1 is going to be a living document throughout the budget, throughout the fiscal year, and we will be contemplating the following fiscal year, hopefully with audits, because I'm really pushing for the audits. We hear the 2024 may be coming out soon. It'll be dated, but we can use it with audits, and this, I'm going to call this basically the new year is going to be fiscal year. It'll be the operational budget that's currently on the table, and it'll be the contemplation for the next budget so that we don't get into this August, showdown. Instead, let's know exactly where we're at all times and prepare a budget on an annual basis.
And then the last one, Governor says, don't roll back the BPT. Use that $40 million for GMH. And I think I know the answer from you is you're saying October 1st, $77 million, and then you're contemplating that $35 million in 2022. And so that does not need to happen.
The thing is whatever needs to happen down the road with that. I mean, a little disappointed because it's been almost 7 years now. The governor could have started with that a long time ago, given all the excess revenue we have and the like. But I think right now, operationally, the general fund is managing GMH to an astounding amount of subsidy right now from the general fund, where it was a pittance before at 3 and 4. I can show you the old budgets, 6 years and going back. It was almost nothing from the general fund, and now it's almost equal to what they take in revenue. So the legislature's done their part. Now we need to, change the structural deficiencies and ensure that everything's working together, because it looks like hundreds of millions of dollars is not solving problems, and also it looks like we may have squandered other hundreds of millions of dollars in ARP funds that could have structurally set them up. So we need to reset ourselves and do the right thing going forward.
So Jesus Masi, Senator, I appreciate this opportunity.
Ben pagkatsa para hamza todos dan todo tatagwahan. Si Jesus Masi.
Viva. All right, there you go, Senator Chris Duenas.
Yes.
Giving us I appreciate the urgency too, right? And so I wanted to make sure that we don't miss Director Teresa Ariola of Public Health. And so when she either calls it, we can actually just take the break and keep the lines open. Keep the lines open for the director. I'll reach out to her as well and say that we are ready for her because there is another situation, right? When it comes to having enough funding for public health to provide its programs and services, right? So apparently there's this Rural Health Transformation Act program that is going to provide $50 billion in federal funding and $10 billion per year from fiscal years 2026, which is distributed as $10 billion per year from fiscal years 2026 through 2030. But it is only set aside for the 50 states, none for the territories, none for Washington, D.C. And so that's very concerning. And so I wanted to see maybe things have changed between now and Monday, so Tuesday. And so I think this is her right now. And so what this is, again, is the Rural Health Transformation Program meant to transform rural health care by improving access, health outcomes, provider workforce, innovations in care delivery, and technology use. Its goal is to make rural America healthier through preventative care and chronic disease management, ensure sustainable access to care by improving system coordination, and strengthen the healthcare workforce in rural areas. It supports innovative care models and tech innovations like telehealth, AI, remote monitoring, and cybersecurity. 50% is distributed equally among all eligible states with approved applications, meaning each state receives the same base amount if approved. This is the director? All right.
Hafa Adai, buenas.
Hafa Adai, director.
Good morning, Guam.
Good
morning, Pauly. Thank you.
Thank you
for calling.
Yes, no, thank you so much. So we can, our audience is able to get more updates and better understand the challenges that public health faces. Now knowing that maybe you can correct me. We're still not sure if Guam, if you public health and social services are able to get any of the monies, this $50 billion in federal funding through this this Rural Health Transformation Act?
Yeah, it's clear that the territories were not included in the Rural Transformation Program grant of $50 billion. Then that's with the B.
Right, yes. With the B, understood.
So, in the different associations that public health is affiliated with, I have almost every morning I have either NAMD calls or ASTRO calls. And in the last, I would say, month, they have been teasing this Rural Health Transformation Program grant. Look out for the announcement, and everybody was getting excited. And, informational webinars were being put out there by every association to just get everybody ready for the application process. First of all, for the notification of federal opportunity, and then over this past weekend, through friends in D.C. Who had insight, we were informed that the territories, along with the District of Columbia, were not included in the Rural Health Transformation Program grant. Mm-hmm. And so, of course, that was not good news for us, because every state and territory was looking forward to the transformation grant as a make-up funding from HHS's cut in the past year, and tightening of the belt. So when you hear that, you're like, okay, number one, why are we not included? When Guam there's nothing more rural than our 32-mile-long island. And as U.S. citizens, we're no different than U.S. citizens staying in a state. So that was very concerning. Why was Guam not included? Or why weren't the territories included?
Yeah. Right, understood. So what does that mean for public health? What does that mean for healthcare with the HHS budget cuts? And then the good news was, or the hope was, that you would rely on this program here that would
to make whole the cuts that happened throughout the year.
Yeah.
Well, what does it mean? It means at minimum. I mean, if you look at how, so what happened was, since there are today, tomorrow, there are a bunch of webinars, informational webinars to prepare for the notice of federal opportunity, which is when they announce the grant. And so what I did is I listened to a recording of information on this grant and what it means to Guam if we were to be equally and we were included. What happens is $50 billion is the total amount of this appropriation. 50% of that, which is $25 billion, would be equally shared across the state. So if we were included, so given that ratio, that 50% of the $50 billion was going to be spread across the states equally, that gives every state $500 million. Now, if we were part of that, in the same equation, the states would get less, but we would be getting millions as well.
Sure.
And so that's the cost.
The millions that we would get, what would that go towards? And why do we need those monies knowing that we lost funding from HHS? Does that mean layoffs at public health? Does that mean programs and services?
No, not at all. Okay. I mean, we were fortunate enough in public health when the cuts and the tightening of the belt started coming down in April to be able to, through natural, there were some folks that were impacted in certain grants that naturally were retired or did not want to work again anyway. They knew their grant was going to expire and they were okay. Right. We were able to absorb staff in other grants and programs. So nobody really lost a job, but we lost the funding to do things such as buying equipment for the new lab that's coming up in Manila.
Okay.
So we're having a new building. We already set aside the funding for the new lab equipment, testing equipment, and now that funding goes away. So, one, it would be to purchase equipment and supplies, updated equipment and supplies for the new lab that's being built right now in Manila, and we should be moving into it late summer next year. That was a big concern of ours because these lab equipment, this new Gen X machines, cost a lot of money. I mean, in the $100,000s.
What do they do? What are these these
are the machines that test the lab, the specimens.
Okay.
Yeah. If you recall, during COVID, we kept, the testing.
Right.
Every time we get
shipped it
testing
out.
from lab. We run those things. So this is the main equipment of the lab to test specimens.
Okay.
So that was very concerning, like how I would have to find funding or apply for new funding or seek different funding sources to get this equipment. And so first and foremost, that would have been it. Updating our IT and our infrastructure, IT infrastructure in the community health centers would have been a priority. Access to care, standing up rural types of programming so that access to care to the most vulnerable, to the most needy, is easier for them, i.e., really standing up a robust home visiting program. I mean, I would love to send people to homes so that every elderly or frail or disabled person does not have to struggle to come in to the clinic and get seen or get checked. I mean, that would have been such personal service that would just been so culturally relevant for our island.
I understand now. So when you saw that this $50 billion could be available, and then breaking that up, 50% of it, $25 billion, and we could get a decent amount of money as a U.S. territory, you were already going down your list of what we can use these monies for.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I get it now.
Absolutely. And so, you know, right now, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorios in D.C. in a meeting with the Department of Interior, his talking points is one of the things that he's going to be talking about is the fact that we weren't included. And when it comes to healthcare in the Pacific, especially on Guam with the military buildup and everything that's happening in the region, it makes absolutely no sense that federal investment is not in our healthcare system, is not a priority.
I was there.
The realities are, if there is an incident, a warlike incident in our region, and soldiers needed to go get medical care, Naval Hospital, Guam Memorial Hospital, GRMC, our clinics do not have the capacity. So right now, Lieutenant Governor Josh is in a meeting in D.C. trying to get some kind of either replacement or rally up the support to be included somehow.
Right. I was there at the ribbon cutting, it was groundbreaking for that lab over by the repository, and you had military members so grateful that this partnership could happen because they saw how it can also assist in their mission. They understood it perfectly how important the lab is to them as well, and to this community, and to this region.
It's to this region. It's a regional lab, you know, and during COVID, we didn't have the lab capacity to test all the specimens coming in. Right. So we were sending our specimens to Atlanta. What does this lab mean? It's with the proper equipment and supplies that this money, this Rural Health Transformation Grant, could have prepared for us is a robust lab, regional lab, with the most updated equipment, and the region, all the islands of the region for Guam would just need to send it to Manila instead of waiting a week for the result.
Understood. Congressman Jim Moylan is listening to
This is about building capacity in our island. And, you know, I read, I'm not sure which, some responses, people reading today's paper, and some responses that, public health shouldn't just wait for the handout. I'm not waiting for no handout. I'm just saying, if there is a handout, why wouldn't Guam be considered? This $50 billion, B with a B as in boy, was a congressional act. And the bottom line is territories were not included.
Right.
I found out through friends. And I immediately shared that with the governor, with the lieutenant governor, and I passed it on to the congressman.
He's listening too. He wants to call. He said he's going to call in.
Yeah. So, what is public health should do? We should advocate for the fact that we either should get included, or maybe the territories need to band together and have some kind of similar appropriation. I mean, maybe it's not in the big dollar amounts as the $50 billion,
right?
But if federal funding is being passed out, I think U.S. territories and U.S. citizens in the territories are no different than a U.S. citizen in the states. And every U.S. citizen, no matter where you hail, whether it's Guam or California or Hawaii, deserve the best health care system.
Right.
This is about building up our health care system. And with Guam's positioning in the region, with the military buildup, even more, Guam needs to be considered and needs to be helped by our federal partners to shoring up and strengthening our healthcare system. Not just for our residents, but for our military residents.
Right.
So, I hope this week in D.C. with meetings with the Department of Interior. I know that the Lieutenant Governor has actually included this as a top talking point in his delivery, as every jurisdiction gets to speak and bring up concerns. And I'm hoping if we leverage the military buildup and everything that's happening in the Indo-Pacific region, that a second consideration can happen. Whether again we get included in this current rural health transformation grant, or something similar to it be put together for the territory.
Understood. I appreciate. Go ahead.
Guam is the most rural when you get to rural. Some states have rural and urban. Guam is completely rural. So we were really looking forward to this, and it was, unfortunate that the territories were not included.
Right. Thank you for sharing that with our audience. I greatly appreciate this. And then once again, congratulations on your award at the Labor Day picnic.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. It was definitely unexpected, and I very much appreciate that it was recognized.
Well, I can see. I mean, when you notice that there's money that could come, you already had a whole list of priorities lined up for these monies, and so it makes a whole lot of sense. I was chanting, "You deserve it," the whole time. Yeah.
Thank you, Pauly. Thank you. I mean, I'm blessed to be serving the people, and I'm very grateful to the governor and lieutenant governor for recognizing my efforts. And there's a lot of hardworking employees and in the government of Guam, and Labor Day was definitely a high for the Department of Public Health and Social Services. When I was recognized, I went back to our celebration, our tent, And one thing's for sure, I'm not able to do the things I do without great, great staff. Right. And so my award and my recognition by the governor is also a recognition of my hardworking staff. So I'm very grateful to have the privilege to be working with the department.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Director. If you're able to
Thank you so much.
Yeah, if you're able to stay close to the radio, Congressman Jim Moylan is going to call in, or he's actually on the line, and he'll share some updates, and so you can get that in real time.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Pauly. Thank you. Have a great Thursday.
Will do.
Guam. Take care.
Hagumas. Big smile on my face anytime I have the opportunity to talk to her.
I love that.
Yeah.
Great job.
Okay, so Congressman Jim Moylan has been listening in. Yes, sir. Hafa Adai, sir. Thank you so much. All the way from Washington, D.C.
Yay! Yep, all the way from Washington, D.C., that's for sure.
All right.
How's it going, Pauly? What's happening? There's a lot of things going on here since I've been gone.
There's
and
a lot
I've
of
only been gone a
confusion.
couple of days.
As soon as you left, everybody got confused, Congressman. So maybe
yeah, my goodness. let's straighten things out. How about that?
Okay,
I'll do my best.
First things first, public health. Obviously, when it comes to, we were just talking to Director Ariola, the Rural Health Transformation Act, $50 billion only to the 50 states. And so she's advocating that we get included, Guam, U.S. territory, or get the territories to band together, because this is about building capacity here. She says we are rural, we're a rural island, and we should be included. And so she had said that Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio is there. Maybe the two of you have met up now that you're there too, and discussing and advocating to be included somehow, some way, or taking another separate look at getting some of these monies for public health here in Guam. And so she had already lined up some priorities. What does she want to do? Well, she needs the equipment and the furniture, especially these new gen machines that are going to be able to test specimens here for the entire region. And you know very well about the partnership with the U.S. military to get this lab constructed, right? And so without these machines, what is all we have is a shell of a building.
Okay, thanks, Pauly. But yeah, let me first state a few things.
Okay.
You know, this came out. Program came out on the Senate's version. It wasn't in the House.
Okay.
It was in the Senate's version.
Okay.
And then from that, of course, my commitment is to securing federal health resources, especially for the territory. And I just want folks to understand that Guam was not excluded from the Rural Transformation Program.
Okay.
Due to any oversight or neglect, the legislation was crafted for a specific purpose, and that's to address Medicaid reductions that apply only to the 50 states. And Guam and other U.S. territories, they're not subject to those reductions. And that's why we're not included in this specific funding. This funding was meant for the 50 states that was introduced in the Senate, not in the House. So right away when we learned about this situation, as so compassionately being discussed here, last Saturday when we got word, we immediately contacted the governor and confirmed the facts. And we're united in our commitment just to secure every possible resource for Guam and Guam's public health. That's unquestionable. But we just got to stick to the facts. So I respect the passion and the urgency expressed by our health leaders, and we all got the same goal, and that's ensuring Guam's public health system is strong and resilient and well-resourced. But it's critical that we're grounded in fact, because misinformation, however intense, whatever the well intent is, it doesn't help our constituents as it should. So we're drafting legislation to establish a parallel funding mechanism for the territories, modeled on the Rural Health Transformation Program framework. And Guam is 100% rural, and our needs are also very unique, and our people deserve equitable investments. So I'm working to ensure that the island receives the support it needs. And we just got to work together.
Right.
So any misunderstanding of why we weren't included, well, there was none. It was meant for the purpose introduced by the Senate for the state, whereas Guam wasn't affected by these cuts, and that's where they're making it up.
Medicaid reductions, right, in the states. And so you said that Guam territories are not subject to those reductions.
Okay, yes, that's correct. It was meant to offset what they were going to lose, and we were not part of their losses. We were not subject to the same cuts they received.
Understood. And so now you're drafting a policy that is parallel to this rural transformation program.
Yeah.
For territories.
That's correct.
Okay, got
That's
it.
correct.
And so, what does that look like with in your talks? What could that look like? Have you put a dollar amount on there? I mean, to be honest with you, any amount, I would even have the conversation with Public Health, Teresa Arreola, right, and GMH, whoever the CEO is, right, when it comes to our health needs and even the other healthcare providers here in Guam, and say, okay, so this is what we're drafting up to assist in what Teresa Arreola had just said. This is all about building capacity. She talked about some of the things that she would like to do: access to care to the community by utilizing a robust home visiting program for those that can't get to her public health clinics, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're working together with the territories on this plan. We're looking for Guam $2 to $3 billion for this purpose. But one thing, Pauly, we're the urgency right now in D.C. is we got to pass this budget,
right?
And we're working then eventually after that to move these things forward. It's a possibility we go into continuing resolution, but it would be a miracle if we can get the budget passed. So that's the focus of Congress right now.
Okay. And so I know that PARS is advocating hard, right? And so where do they stand? They put out a release here messaging to all frontline community groups and RICA working groups, asking for their help in contacting the representatives, asking them to co-sponsor their amendments to the House NDAA. Let's continue praying that Guam is included in RICA as downwinders. And so where's that discussion being? Is that also after the budget hearing too?
No, it's submitted as an amendment.
Okay.
And
within the budget.
I did talk on the floor yesterday with the Speaker, Jim Jordan, from New York also, Elise, and several other members on the leadership committee moving this forward. They have the dollar amount. They know what we're looking at. They want to work with us closely to get it done. And in the Speaker's words, we just can't have a CR. We need a budget passed in order to put this on. So, again, that's the focus on the House now, getting working together with Senate, coming into the process of clearing it up so we can move it up for the signature to the president. So we're putting all this together. We've got great things in many of the appropriations bills once the budget is passed. So it's in there as an amendment with the support of the leadership in the House.
Very good. Very good. And then the other confusion, if you can help us out, is this graphic that comes out, and Ryan St. Nicholas pointed out there's a typo in here. They don't even know how to spell President Trump's last name. Executive Order 14324 impacts at a glance on the global effects of this executive order. signed on July 30, and then the Guam and CNMI effects. Air mail suspended, packages no longer arriving by plane. Sea mail still available but slower and less practical. Local leaders sound alarm. CNMI Representative King Hines calls for urgent action. High cost of living pressures intensify as island residents lose fast, affordable access to goods. And so the response from your comms staff member, Ryan St. Nicholas, says, we recognize that there's been some confusion. It continues to be our understanding that incoming mail and packages, including pharmaceuticals, are not impacted by the implementation of said executive order. This includes air shipments from the mainland, which remain operational. Outgoing letters, envelopes, and flats are also unaffected. And so if we can get more updates and more clarification, because there are some concerns here, and I think they started popping up all over social media as soon as you got on a plane. So can you help us out with that?
Yes, that was soon, right after we got on the plane. So we did take immediate action from the White House. Locally, we were able to speak with Tammy, our postmaster there, and also spoke with our Guam Customs, who will be in charge of this too on the tariff issues. And Tammy at the Postal Service was very helpful. She brought us into our office, and she told us the chain of command that she sent that up through. And then our Guam Customs was waiting on guidance. First, they heard of it as well. Then we also spoke with the United Airlines, and they connected us with their folks in Chicago. So United is. They're looking at just they can bring in mail, that's for sure, but we can't send out the packages. We can use regular letters to ship off because they're concerned if on the tariff costs, if they drop off the mail in the mainland, who's going to pay for that if it's going to happen. Where we're waiting for now is the U.S. Postal Service, but they're waiting also on the Customs and Border Patrol to give the guidance. So we have another meeting coming up with them to push this even faster. We hear the concerns, and I would just we'll put out as we can when we can finally get the exception that we need and we must have. So we'll work to get that exemption, and we'll put out the information to you as soon as possible. But I'll be really skeptical. I can't even. I'll be really. I just want folks just to for us to listen to our press releases on what's the latest development, just like in CNMI. But we're working really close with each other to get this resolved with our federal officials here. So let's not pay too much attention about people who can't spell Trump's name, anything that comes across like that, and you can just contact our office, and we can provide you updates as well.
Right, understood. Well, so you understand the concern, though, and it is good news that we can receive mail and packages from the continental U.S. and all over, because it is really, a lot of it is our lifeline, right? Receiving this. Small businesses depend on their products to come in through the air, and a whole lot faster than getting on a ship. And so these businesses too are depending on these air services, and so that's good news to know that we get incoming, but it's even better news to know that your office is on top of it and that we get timely information as soon as it gets out, right? To ease these concerns, right? And I appreciate that.
You're welcome. And also regarding the private companies like UPS, they said there's no issue for them, and we're confirming with DHL and FedEx on their how they're taking this too. So UPS standard, everything continues as well. DHL and FedEx we're waiting on.
Okay, waiting on FedEx, but UPS and DHL, everything is good, both going in and out.
For UPS, going in and out, yes, but we're waiting on DHL and FedEx on what they decide to do.
Waiting on those two. All right. Well, it looks like we'll go through UPS then. Thanks for the free advertising.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Anything else, Congressman? Thank you so much for tuning in all the way out in D.C.
Yes. Yeah, so we're going to head to the floor. We got some committee of the whole going on there. We got great things in this appropriation measure that I can get on through. So I'll be out there shortly. And once again, for the people of Guam, we are really on top of this. And our information that puts out, we're verifying what we say, and we're getting updates as much as we can, and we'll keep everybody informed. So I thank you all, and we'll get through this together.
All right. Take care, Congressman.
Okay. Adios.
Okay, adios.
Okay, bye-bye.
8:08 in the morning, KGUM FM in Dededo, Guam. We just blew by that whole, went into the 8 o'clock hour. I apologize, but it was good information. These are conversations that I'm glad that we were able to have. Senator Chris Duenas, into Director Teresa Areola, into Congressman Jim Moylan. So thank you very much. We'll take the break now.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Some of Jeffrey Epstein's accusers called today for a full release of the files in the case. CBS's Scott McFarland reports.
They're declaratively calling on President Trump to stop calling the Jeffrey Epstein matter a hoax and to, in one survivor's words, humanize this group, recognize the trauma they're suffering, and recognizing they don't feel like they've been given justice.
A group of bipartisan lawmakers is attempting to force a vote on a bill that would compel the Justice Department to release the files. Russian President Putin said today if common sense prevails, there could be an option for ending the war in Ukraine. CBS's Aaron Navarro has more from the White House, where he reports President Trump will be talking with Ukraine's president tomorrow.
The possibility and likelihood of a bilateral meeting between Russia and Ukraine seems very low. President Putin said that he's not ruling it out as long as it happens in Moscow, which is very unlikely that Ukrainian President Zelensky would accept that. And President Trump certainly voicing his disappointment.
Putin made his remarks in China, where he attended a military parade marking the 80th anniversary of the end of World War II. It also highlighted some sophisticated weaponry, as Frank Gardner of the BBC reports.
China has embarked over the last recent few years on an extraordinary build-up of its weapons in cyber, on land. I mean, they lead the world in something called hypersonic weapons, missiles that travel at more than 5 times the speed of sound.
Florida could soon become the first state to phase out all childhood vaccine mandates. Correspondent Matt Piper has that.
Florida Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladapo cast current requirements in schools and elsewhere as immoral.
Every last one of them is wrong and drips with disdain and slavery.
He says his department will work with lawmakers to make it happen.
Michael Wallace reports 3 western states are creating a vaccine alliance.
Citing the firings and turmoil at the CDC, the governors of California, Washington, and Oregon have announced their states will work together on vaccine guidance and recommendations. In a joint statement, they say the CDC has become, quote, a political tool that increasingly peddles ideology instead of science.
A judge in Houston has set bond for a 42-year-old man charged with murdering an 11-year-old boy after a prank in which the child knocked on his door and ran away.
Set your bond at $1 million. Do the ongoing investigation and potential upgrade of the charges.
Police departments across the country have warned against the so-called ding-dong ditching because homeowners have no way of knowing it's a prank. On Wall Street, stocks are mixed. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort, offering small ship experiences with a shore excursion included in every port and programs designed for cultural enrichment. Discover more at Viking.com. Viking, dedicated to creating travel experiences for the thinking person, with programs designed for cultural enrichment on board and on shore. Discover more at Viking.com. That's Viking.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
The search is on for a wedding crasher who made off with a massive goodie bag.
Police in Glendale, California, say the uninvited guest stole an estimated $60,000 worth of cash, gift cards, and checks from a donation box meant for the bride and groom, Nadine and George Farahat. They've been busy calling their guests to cancel the checks and warning them to guard their banking information. The culprit appears on surveillance video dressed in black. Police believe he spoke to an alleged accomplice through an earpiece. They say the suspect was driven away in a black Mercedes SUV after a bridesmaid spotted him grabbing the goods and dashing out through a side door. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
The Powerball prize stands at $1.4 billion. In the drawings tonight, there have been 40 consecutive drawings without anyone matching all of the 6 numbers. The odds of winning, 1 in 292 million. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Engage in a conversation made for the veterans of Guam with Johnny and Miss Bobby. We want to hear concerns and comments. Tune in every Wednesday for our new time, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Every company needs money for investments to help grow our working capital to take on today's economy. That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you. We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step, or perhaps for a startup, including working with SBA and GITA. Bank Pacific. And we want to be your partner. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply.
The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Good morning, guys. It's Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM, hosted by Pauly Suba for a Thursday, September 4th. We are streaming live. You can find us online at thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And the show this morning is brought to you by Chili's Grill and Bar, Pat's Tinting and Detailing, GTA. We start with you, the medical city where patients are partners. Sherwin-Williams Paints, Wise Owl, the wise choice in animal care. Subway, Eat Fresh, Hilton Guam Resort and Spa, King's Restaurant, always open, always local. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, your health plan. We have your local headlines for you right now. It's Skylar Obispo from the Marianas Business Journal and the Guam Business Magazine, and Paul Stanko of the National Weather Service in Teasan, brought to you by McDonald's. Bring on the fall flavors. It's at McDonald's. Treat yourself to the pumpkin and cream pie, pumpkin spice latte, or the pumpkin iced coffee. Hurry in. It's for a limited time at McDonald's. I'm loving it.
Buenas and Hafa Adai. Here's the latest from the Marianas Business Journal. Senator Will Parkinson will be hosting a town hall next week, Wednesday, to open discussions on Guam's political future. The town hall will take place at the Jigo Senior Citizen Center and is the first in a series of village-level meetings aimed at bringing the conversation of Guam's political status directly to the community, Parkinson said in a statement yesterday. The 3 prevailing political futures for Guam by the Guam Commission on Decolonization are independence, free association, and statehood. In 2024, Adloop said that a political plebiscite requires executive, legislative, and judicial branch government leaders joining together. During a press conference celebrating the 75th anniversary of the Organic Act of Guam back in July, Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio said that the Organic Act of Guam is a critical chapter in Guam's journey towards true self-determination. In more news, the Public Broadcasting Service of Guam announced yesterday that its original documentary, titled Something to Call Our Own, a Chamorro dance story, has been selected to compete at the Pacific Island Film Festival, New York City 2025, in its words, marking a win for cultural preservation. The documentary follows the Guam dance delegation's journey at the 13th Festival of Pacific Arts in 2024. PBS said that the film underscores the station's mission to preserve, elevate, and share Guam's heritage through high-quality public media. PBS Guam's general manager, Ina Carrillo, said in a statement yesterday that the selection is a milestone for the island and a tribute to artists that carry Chamorro traditions forward. The film is set to be screened in New York on September 20th. Reporting for the Marianas Business Journal, The Wave 105, and Power 98, I'm Skylar Obispo.
Hafa Adai, Guam. This is Paul Stanko with your National Weather Service on Thursday, September 4th. Scattered showers will continue through Saturday as a series of troughs moves through. Winds will be east at 5 to 15 miles per hour through Friday, then 5 to 10 miles per hour afterward. Combined seas of 2 to 4 feet today could settle even a foot lower after Friday. There will be a low risk of rip currents through at least the weekend. The latest weather information can always be found at www.weather.gov/GUM.
6 o'clock to 8 o'clock every Friday evening. Join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, a talk show to take you to the fifth dimension where you find out who you are. What is the purpose of your life? How can your purpose be fulfilled? What motivates you to do what you do? What are you searching for? What keeps you going in your day-to-day life? What is real? Why do you care? Why do you work? Why do you love? Sponsored by Burger King, Jay Goodman, and Asmujao Community School.
It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
All right, Guam, Hafa Adai, everyone, and welcome back. We're going to go ahead and hit the streets right now for your last look at your real deal traffic report brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule a test drive today by calling 478-AUTO, or you can check out our inventory. It's on our website at guamautospot.com. And mobile gas station, download our app today for some exclusive fuel coupons. You can visit guam.mobile.com for more details. We're at the 8 o'clock rush hour, Guam, and we're going to take a trip to the southern end of the island along Route 1. We're looking at the main gate of Naval Base. We got some north and southbound traffic there. Up and around Jose Rios Middle School, we got a little delay through PD, but again, it's still light. Smooth sailing through Fisheye. Up and around Assen Beach Park, we have no delays there. Anigua is nice and clear. Hagåtña as well. Traffic is picking up for those of you in the Tamuning area, like the JFK Kmart intersection up and around GPO. That's the Guam Premier Outlets, or getting around Tamuning Elementary. We do have some north and southbound traffic there. Upper Tumon is not looking too bad. A couple of hot pockets getting around Happy Landing, or for those of you coming in and out of Hamburger Road, you may find some delay there. School buses are making rounds, so please watch your speed limit. Eyes on the roads. No texting and driving. Allow some braking distance between yourself and the vehicle in front of you, and we should all have ourselves a safe Thursday morning. It's a real deal traffic report, and it's all being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot and mobile gas stations.
It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
Pat's Tinting and Detailing offers premier services from complete interior cleaning and VIP detailing. And And to keep you cool, Pat's also offers factory, ceramic, blacked out, and base-approved auto tinting. For more information, call 647-SLAM.
Lace Up Guam, the first Run for Wishes event is happening at Leo Palace Resort on September 13th. Select your distance from 2K, 5K, 10K to half marathon to participate in this powerful event. Race package includes finisher tees, visors, socks, and medals, plus cash prizes for the top finishers. Proceeds from the event benefit the Make-A-Wish Foundation, Guam, and CNMI. Presented by Leo Palace Resort, Clutch, Power 98, Wave 105.1 FM, Route 99, and Protection Concepts Unlimited, with support from our community sponsors. Sign up now to help wishes become reality through your step-by-step participation.
Think you got what it takes to win? Tune in every Friday on Wave 105 FM with Patti Arroyo for the Hilton Trivia Challenge. Test your knowledge and you can score dinner for two at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa. It's brought to you by the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa, only on Wave 105 FM.
Mark your calendars, Guam. Red Ball 2025 is approaching, and with it comes an evening of elegance, purpose, and community. This celebrated event unites our island in support of a meaningful cause, honoring the spirit of giving through style, compassion, and connection.
The American Red Cross helped me begin my process of recovery and building in a very unexpected way. I started volunteering with the Guam chapter in July of 2024, drawn to help with Operation Never Forgotten, which revitalizes the Guam Veteran Cemetery, ensuring that the final resting place of our fallen service members and their families is treated with dignity and care. Standing side by side with fellow volunteers, I felt a deep sense of meaning, especially as I reflected that someday my own parents would rest there. The Red Cross gave me more than a place to serve. It gave me a place to grieve, to honor, and to heal. Through their mission, I found purpose in pain and hope in loss. For that, I will always be grateful. The Red Cross is always there for our military, our veterans, and our community. Your generosity makes the Red Cross mission possible. Because of you, we bring comfort and care to our military service members, veterans, and families, while standing ready for our island community in times of need. With every contribution, you help the Red Cross turn compassion into action, bringing hope to those who serve and to the communities we call home.
Talk the way it should be. Wave 105 FM.
Welcome back.
Hey, there we go.
Viva Webis. Mornings with Patti. My name is Pauly Suba, filling in for Patti Arroyo. Rolling with dice on a Thursday, 8:24 in the morning. We were at Somoral Village last night. It was great. I mean, so Wednesday night market. And they were playing Somoral music every, here and there. And so I love that aspect. Great to see our Manumku, right? Yeah. Over at the main pavilion dancing salsa, right? Not just by themselves or with their own partners, but they were inviting our visitors to dance with them. So I noticed a couple of the regulars there grabbing some of our visitors that are just watching and said, come over. And they're dancing the salsa, the electric slide. So that was a lot of fun to be there. What I will say is I'm just wondering.
Okay.
Not as many vendors.
Oh, okay.
Maybe it was just an off Wednesday.
Okay.
And so I don't know if you remember, but over by the tower, the tall tower,
yes,
we had vendors all over that area as well. And so there weren't any. Well, there wasn't a single vendor, the ones with the pop-up tents, right?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously you had the main stores there.
Right.
And one of my favorite stores is the University of Guam's Makerspace.
Makerspace.
Yeah, and so they have their own gift shop there too, and they sell some of the items that they make there. But it has become a big staple, I would say, at Somoral Village. It's a place that I would say if you bring your friends and family, especially if they're off island, go visit them over at the University of Guam, because what they do is they also partner with the local crafters, right?
Oh,
and they sell those items there too. But they have the University of Guam. You know the shirts that Kyle wears?
Yes.
You can look like Kyle.
What?
Yeah, you can
I always
wear.
wanted a twin.
You can wear the same polos that Kyle wears.
Really?
They sell them over
bought
at
the twin.
Yeah, at the
We got
University of Guam gift shop there.
Okay, nice.
But that is one of the shops that I would endorse for sure, because it just screams culture, Guam, Chamorro culture, right? And well, not just Guam, the region too. I saw some items that were produced in some of our neighboring islands too, and the products that they manufacture there on their own islands is pretty impressive. And so that's there. But I was a little concerned. I wouldn't say extremely concerned, but it's definitely it was noticeable. I noticed that we don't have vendors on that side. And maybe because of the Festpac huts, because they're utilizing all the Festpac huts, and maybe those vendors kind of transitioned over to that side, because that's really where all the crowd is at this point.
Okay.
But I remember all of where the tower was, and it stretched throughout Chamorro Village.
Right on.
There's this pathway right after the main pavilion.
Okay.
You know, where all the cha-cha's happening.
Yes.
There's this narrow pathway that gets you to the other side.
Gotcha.
Packed, that you're just basically like squeezing through. And then you have the monitor lizard, the Elitai right there, where Senor Taitano, his shop, the EFIT shop is there too.
Okay.
That was closed. I understand that he has passed away, but I believe his family still has that open, right?
Okay.
But it wasn't open on Wednesday.
Right.
I still see the EFIT shop sign. But usually right outside there, you have the Elitai there. People are looking at, taking pictures with the monitor lizard, and then the Azuzu, or the coconut crab.
Yes.
Sometimes they'll let them hold it, right? And then so our visitors get these shots with the Azuzu. But none of that was happening there. And so it was just a real easy, like, pathway. No crowd at all. And that, again, was like, oh, I'm not used to this.
That's scary.
It's kind of strange.
Yeah.
No, I'm used to scooting, like, slowly, like, scooting through that whole area. And then there were barely any vendors in this circle of where the main building, the structures.
Okay.
Right?
All right.
There's like this opening. It's not the center court, but it's an opening off to where the Carabao.
Yeah.
Senor John Uggan is there, still with the Carabao.
Yeah.
Still popular. I would say he's the most popular vendor.
That is it. That's the main attraction right
but
there.
right on the other side of the Carabao, there's usually these vendors all in that circle area. And there was like maybe one or two.
Okay.
There was an individual selling these beach towels, and it said Hafa Adai on it, and then it had native pictographs and whatnot, right? It looked very cool. It was like people were checking his stuff out, his products, but other than that, it did not look like what I remember it. And I will go there not every Wednesday, but I swear the last Wednesday that I went, maybe, I don't know, 5 or 6 months ago, there were more vendors in that area too. There were definitely vendors over by UOG, and there were none yesterday. But again, it was still packed with a number of visitors over by the Festpac huts. Yeah. And so usually, where they drop you, right? So the buses were still there. The tour buses were still there. They drop you right in front of Chamorro Village off of Marine Corps Drive. Yes. Right? And so I'm I don't know. I'm just a curious person. I'm watching how the visitors get off the bus. And where do they go? Do they go left? Do they go right? They go straight to where the music's at. And the music is where the cha-cha is happening. Right, and so they're looking at that, and then they're veering kind of off to the right. They all make their way over to the Fest Pack huts.
Gotcha.
But all of that traffic is flowing through the areas where there used to be vendors, but they're just going to walk right by because there's nothing to see here.
Interesting.
So I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking out loud here with the microphone in front of my mouth, and so I don't know. Is it vendor fatigue?
Good question.
Yeah. So again, I don't want to freak anybody out, but this is again, this is what I just saw yesterday. I'm just a little concerned, and maybe reaching out to the president of Tomorrow Affairs and just seeing what are vendors saying. Is it? Do we need to revamp it? How do we? Because I'm thinking with the Fest Pack huts there, it only made things better. Like it expanded, not moved over. That's what I'm hoping happens, right? It's not that, because here's the concern that I do have. All of the permanent vendors, the shop owners, they depend on Wednesday night market. Because when do we go there? Hardly ever. I can't think of a time where I'll ever go to Tomorrow Village unless it's to pick up Jamaican Grill, but it's not even to go into the shops. Because I know that there's always the Wednesday night market. That's when we'll go, because that's when the crowd comes. That's when the vendors are there. And then I'll go check out the University of Guam gift shop, and I'll go check out the jewelry store that's right next door.
Right? Villani's Jewelry.
But the jewelry store was closed.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
And so that whole thing, correct me if I'm wrong, the focus of Tomorrow Village, or what it's supposed to be doing, is it gives small business owners a permanent place to sell their wares and grow, right, and thrive, and then the rent is affordable. And then eventually, as they progress through their business plan, they can branch out even further. But that's the place where they can set things up, and the rest of the community can get to know who they are, right? And there's benefits to being there. One of the benefits are affordable rent. But it has been difficult to get people there outside of the Wednesday night market. So if the Fest Pack, if Chamorro Village has moved over to Fest Pack away from these business owners that are in Chamorro Village, they're technically not in Chamorro Village, and it's not effective anymore. That's my concern, because that's the benefit to have a shop, a permanent shop at Chamorro Village. Is like, well, we know when Wednesday comes, they're coming to our shops. We're the ones paying the rent monthly, not just for Wednesday. And so, again, I hope that it just expanded out, not moved off to the right to where people would just not even go to these shops. And so that's just me, again, thinking out loud and what I just saw in a short amount of time that I was there, walking through. And, of course we went and got our favorite barbecue, and we still found some places to go and support. And it's still a great space. But I hope that it's not vendor fatigue. I hope that more vendors, maybe it's just a one-off, that next Wednesday there are vendors by the tower and within the Chamorro Village compound, so that way we continue to get the traffic to the permanent vendors. Because otherwise, those are just going to be empty shells too. Because, again, I'm just thinking, well, then now what is the point of setting up a shop there if everybody's off? Let me rent one of those huts instead. I just, I don't want this shop over here. I'll just change my business plan. How much is the rent for the shop? And I'll just show up every Wednesday. And I don't think that is the goal. 8:36 in the morning, we'll take the break. Wave 105.
Have you tried all 19 Subway Series sandwiches? All crafted to crave, the Subway Series celebrates Subway's over 60 years of expertise in sandwich making. From flavorful cheesesteaks and chicken subs to delicious Italianos, mouth-watering clubs, and the high-protein deli heroes, the Subway Series delivers maximum crave factor with a perfect combination of choice meats, cheeses, fresh and hand-sliced veggies, freshly baked breads, and signature sauces. The Subway Series is curated from hundreds of chef-inspired recipes to earn a coveted spot on the Subway Series menu. Get what you're craving for today at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh.
Hafa Adai, Guam. Yep, it's me, the Guam Guy. And you can catch episodes of my podcast, The Guam Guy Show, not only on YouTube and Spotify, but every Friday at 11 a.m. on Wave 105 FM.
Lace Up Guam, the first Run for Wishes event is happening at Leo Palace Resort on September 13th. Select your distance from 2K, 5K, 10K to half marathon to participate in this powerful event. Race package includes finisher tees, visors, socks, and medals, plus cash prizes for the top finishers. Proceeds from the event benefit the Make-A-Wish Foundation, Guam, and CNMI. Presented by Leo Palace Resort, Clutch, Power 98, Wave 105.1 FM, Route 99, and Protection Concepts Unlimited, with support from our community sponsors. Sign up now to help wishes become reality through your step-by-step participation.
Country music lives on Route 99 FM. Tune in to 99.5 FM or listen live online at Route99FM.com to catch all your favorite country music non-stop and direct. 24/7 country music. Classics, throwbacks, and the chart toppers are keeping you cruising on Guam's road to all country music, Route 99 FM.
Mark your calendars, Guam. Red Ball 2025 is approaching, and with it comes an evening of elegance, purpose, and community. This celebrated event unites our island in support of a meaningful cause, honoring the spirit of giving through style, compassion, and connection.
The American Red Cross helped me begin my process of recovery and building in a very unexpected way. I started volunteering with the Guam chapter in July of 2024, drawn to help with Operation Never Forgotten, which revitalizes the Guam Veteran Cemetery, ensuring that the final resting place of our fallen service members and their families is treated with dignity and care. Standing side by side with fellow volunteers, I felt a deep sense of meaning, especially as I reflected that someday my own parents would rest there. The Red Cross gave me more than a place to serve. It gave me a place to grieve, to honor, and to heal. Through their mission, I found purpose in pain and hope in loss. For that, I will always be grateful. The Red Cross is always there for our military, our veterans, and our community. Your generosity makes the Red Cross mission possible. Because of you, we bring comfort and care to our military service members, veterans, and families, while standing ready for our island community in times of need. With every contribution, you help the Red Cross turn compassion into action, bringing hope to those who serve and to the communities we call home.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Hafa Adai at Wave 105 FM. We want to talk. We want to talk about the things that are important to our island and our community, and we want to talk with you. If you want to join the conversation, if you want to chime in, we welcome it. We welcome all points of view, all thoughts, all perspectives. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. If that line is busy, then call us at 922-1052. This is Talk for Everyone. Thanks for listening to Wave 105 FM, the Talk of Guam.
The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Keeping the flow through your day. Wave 105 FM.
Go
Welcome back. Mornings with Patti. My name is Pauly Suba, filling in for Patti Arroyo, rolling with dice.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Okay, so we got an update from Guam Department of Education. Apparently, there's now GW High School is on a modified lockdown. Modified lockdown at 8:30 in the morning due to the Guam Police Department being called in regarding an irate student seen walking around the surrounding area, allegedly holding a knife. So that's a serious concern, right? So this we just got this message from GDOE. I haven't gotten any new updates from GPD or GDOE on yesterday's lockdown at Agadat Johnson Middle School.
Okay.
To be fair, the last time I checked some of the daily papers, I haven't seen an update. I looked at like 5 in the morning, and I haven't looked since. I don't know if they've been provided, if they sent out updates on their platforms, but I haven't seen anything as to what was the result of the lockdown at GPD. I mean, at Agata Johnston, from GDOE or GPD in pursuit of a suspect in the area, and so they went on lockdown at 1:55 yesterday. Let's see here. So today, this is a new issue, and it's over at George Washington High School on a modified lockdown at 8:30 due to GPD being called in on a irate student at GW, seen walking around the surrounding area, allegedly holding a knife. And so, okay, Damon Michael has just put out he's the PIO of GDOE, and Jess had put out another statement saying that they have lifted the lockdown at 8:42 with GPD's guidance. Oh, Senor John Ray. Hafa Adai, Senor. It was great seeing you yesterday.
You too, and Hoyt and Biba. Baby.
Biba Webis.
Hey, you know, let me give you a brief history here, and just try to get it and do it quick.
Okay.
Back in 1976, 77, that place was called Guam Farmers Market, Chamorro Village now. And I went down there, and we we have our small store, and we have vegetable stand in our store called Surfside Cafe down here at Talabopo Bay, Talabopo River area. And my brother and I, younger brother and I, went down there, and we did some selling of produce. And then in 94, well, during the governor had that, and I give him credit for it because he has the perception of the future, you know, by revitalizing the farmers market into what Chamorro is all about. And one of the things about Chamorro Village is it's an incubator for small businesses. And I can say, you know, the 2 years that we were closed down for COVID, I was in Chamorro Village for 31 years as of this year, since 1994. And I started out in the front doing carbo rides and everything. And I was getting paid for it. Then when the budget crunch and everything, Mr. Bruce Paris, the manager there, said, "Hey, I cannot pay you anymore." I said, "Then can I just, do carbo rices?" I said, "I know the carbo is not an indigenous animal, but it was brought in the 1600s, so, it's an icon of the Chamorro culture. And, he pays for the band, and he pays for the dance troupe that goes there and perform." And I said, I can understand the band because when they sing, it spreads all over Chamorro Village, and the dance troupe, when they see them, it spreads over. And, I'm just here trying to entertain the visiting guests and all that. I says, "You know what, Mr. Duggan? You can do your carbo rides, and I won't charge you. And, you can charge them and whatever you make is yours. And I said, that's an opportunity. So I grew up there from Chamorro Village, and I even got a contract with PIC for 15 years, and then I also got a contract for the Value of the Latte for 10 years. But even up to last night, for the past 2 weeks, I wasn't there because I came down with a sciatica. And then, I lost a very good Carabao of mine called Lati. I was talking to a traveling Army veterinarian doctor last night, and she, I told her about the symptoms and everything. And, she said, is there a lab for the animals and everything? I said, where were you 2 months ago? I needed you 2 months ago so we can save Lati, but we didn't have that. But going back to Chamorro Village, they were surprised that I was there last night because they missed me. No, they missed the Carabao. And so I borrowed my nephew's Carabao, and I did what I can and everything. But, the promotion of the culture. But throughout the years, they even had studies made from the University of Guam how to, improve Chamorro Village for the permanent vendors and everything. And I don't know what the outcome with that came about. But, even with our tourist dwelling and everything, most of the time when I go there during the weekdays, to support the food vendors there, to have lunch and everything, I see stragglers. But I see tourist bus goes to other destinations. So we need GVB to do whatever study they need to do because we're spending $10 million to bring those guys over here. So we need some funding to help promote Chamorro Village, because that's what the tourists come here for, is for the culture. Back in '69, they came over here for duty-free products. Back in the '60s, we order our clothes from Sears catalog. I don't know, you weren't born yet, but I know your mom and dad remembers those. Yes. On my generation, now we can just go Amazon and you get delivered. So the tourists are not here to buy products that's duty free. They're here to, my experience at PIC and Value of the Latte, analyzing what their visitation is. They want to bring a family over here and they want to see what the culture is about. So, I'm challenging GVB's board members and, the staff and administration and say, look, if you can spend $10 million to bring them here, can Chamorro Village at least have $1 million so they can be promoted? So, during the weekdays, provide those vendors because since I've been there, I think only a couple of us or three of us that have been there the longest. The store next to mine, the Filipino lady, started out in front of the store selling her product. Then she rented that space in that building, and I think we're the only one that's been there ever since. The others, have come and go. So that's my challenge to GVB. Hey, if you can spend $10 million to bring them over here, can we get $1 million to promote Chamorro Village? And, we have cultural dancers that can perform down there on a weeknight basis or weekday, and find ways to help those permanent vendors because, they're just trying to make ends meet. And if Wednesday night is the only night where they'll, try to make a little bit more than the other 6 days, then, hey, we got to do something about it. But again, thank you for visiting me last night, and good to see you.
Always, senor.
You're a handsome guy. So GVB, that's my challenge, GVB. Out of the 10 million, at least give Chamorro Village 500 to promote our culture.
Right.
All right. Thank you very much. And you, Wave 105, have a big waving day today.
Biba.
Biba at Chamorro Village.
Biba Chamorro Village. Sing song tomorrow. Biba. Yeah, absolutely. I would hate for all of those businesses to just say, you know what, we've sacrificed for too long and it's just not working out. Our business plan can't accommodate the slow traffic coming here. So here's just a thought, right? I mean, I know that Sunday night market is coming to an end and they're going to reevaluate. Yeah, so the fiscal year begins on October 1st.
Gotcha.
So they'll reevaluate, they'll reassess, and then they'll, not saying that it's not going to continue, but they've only set it up to where it lasts up to the end of this fiscal year. So the end of this fiscal year is September 30. And the beginning of the new fiscal year, 2026, is October 1st. So, I mean, I don't have anybody's ear, but if anybody is listening, partnering up with Tomorrow Village, he sings song tomorrow, right? And so it's already a staple, not just on Wednesday, to advocate more. He's asking if you have $10 million to invest in these seat incentives to these airlines, looking into how you can bring more of the traffic and the buses to stop at Tomorrow Village. And so that would be a benefit with the, that would get more people to be willing to rent, because I noticed some vacancies there at Tomorrow Village yesterday. There have been some shops that are no longer there, and that's life. That's part of it. I mean, the businesses that I grew up with as a kid, Jerry's no longer exists. Gibson's obviously turned into GPO. These things happen. Your favorite stores are not around anymore. TikTok, the OG TikTok across Ben Franklin, not here anymore. Ben Franklin, not here anymore. It happens. I get it, but if there is a constant change in vendors, then there is a concern. It's no longer beneficial to these businesses that see it as an advantage to help them as a incubator business, right? Like John Ray said, that was the whole purpose. And so again, re-looking at the mapping, they were doing performances, cultural dance performances last night over by the tower. But I honestly feel, and I didn't, just looking at the crowd, I assumed that the people that were watching were the family members of the children that were performing, not necessarily people that just came to Chamorro Village. Because there were no vendors. I'm not even exaggerating. There were no vendors. I remember on a Wednesday night market, Goats and Giggles was on that side. There were a number of vendors. There were farmers selling their produce on that side by the tower. There were none. I'm not exaggerating. None. So maybe looking into, okay, it all moved over to the Festback huts. How does that pop-up vendors all over at the Festback huts, how does that benefit your businesses that are there paying rent monthly? Just putting it out there. Okay, so there is an update again from GDOE. The lockdown at 8:30 was lifted at 8:42 at George Washington High School with the Guam Police Department's guidance. Apparently, allegedly, there was an irate student that was seen walking around the surrounding area holding a knife. The student did not come on campus, according to the PIO of GDOE, Damon Michael Borja. He was in the surrounding area, so no staff or students were harmed. As for the student in question, There are no new updates from GPD, and they are deferring. GDOE is deferring to GPD on that question, as there are no new updates. There is an update after we spoke with Congressman Jim Moylan on the release of the Rural Health Transformation Program. Like he said on this show, he said it before the release came out, so we actually had like the breaking news, right? We actually had the scoop, because as soon as we were done, they sent this release out, basically saying what Congressman Jim Moylan was telling us on the radio, issued the following statement to clarify the facts and reaffirm his commitment to securing federal health resources for the territory. He said, "Let me be unequivocal. Guam was not excluded from the Rural Health Transformation Program due to oversight or neglect. The legislation was crafted to address Medicaid reductions that apply only to the 50 states. Guam and other U.S. territories are not subject to those reductions, and therefore were not included in this specific funding stream." Upon learning of the inquiry last Saturday, August 31, Moylan immediately contacted the governor to clarify the situation and ensure alignment in understanding the legislation's scope and intent. He said, "We acted swiftly to connect with the governor and confirm the facts. We are united in our commitment to securing every possible resource for Guam's public health system. The coordination is essential and ongoing." He said he respects the passion and urgency expressed by our local health leaders. We all share the same goal, ensuring Guam's public health system is strong, resilient, and well-resourced, but it's critical that our advocacy be grounded in fact. Misinformation, however well-intentioned, risks undermining the trust our constituents place in us and the progress we are making. And to be fair, though, after having Director of Public Health Teresa Areola on the radio and her concerns, and she says, yeah, I know, when I was hearing about it, when I was in these webinars, I was, so it's not on her part. She's hearing about $50 billion for rural areas. And so she's attending these meetings and she's setting these things up and she's writing her priorities down. What could we do with these monies if we're allocated? Obviously, it's probably not going to be $1 billion, but it could be millions out of the 50%. So I believe that she has done her homework, understanding that this is only for the states, and it's not that they were excluded from Congressman Jim Moylan, what he has said. Fair enough, right? And so I get all of that, and it's not even to blame either one or the other. I understand both sides. And so Congressman Jim Moylan does say and agrees that Guam is a rural area. Director Areola says we are a rural island. The entire island is. The low-income populations have already been addressed by HUD. HUD has declared that the village of Dedido, the village of Hogat, I will say those are the two I know for sure have been identified as low-income villages. So there are certain benefits that these villages can get through federal funding because of that identification. I think there's one more. I just can't remember off the top of my head. But okay, furthermore, see, in this release, he says it. Guam is 100% rural. Our needs are unique, and our people deserve equitable investment. I am working to ensure that our island receives the support it needs, not through retroactive inclusion in a program that was never designed for us, but through a tailored solution that recognizes our distinct challenges. So he shared that with us, that he's on it, that they are working towards it. He confirmed that his office is actively drafting legislation to establish a parallel funding mechanism for the territories modeled on the Rural Health Transformation Program framework. Great. And so, I mean, you're obviously not the healthcare provider, so it makes sense that you would work with GMH, Public Health, and any of the healthcare providers here in Guam to say, well, what needs to happen for us, like Teresa Arreola says, the director, to build capacity. Because she's already created a priority. She's already stated that we could use money for the equipment and the furniture for this lab that's being built. And so if we don't have these equipment, like the new gen machines that will test specimens, not just for Guam and the region, then it's just a shell of a building. So let's see. 9:02 in the morning, we'll take the break. I'm getting word that in Hogget, there is a free concert.
Ooh.
Is it this Saturday? Oh, wow. By Sunday, it's already the 7th. Time is just flying by. Southern Roots is putting on a performance, plus a surprise guest appearance. It's not so much of a surprise because they have it on the flyer. The surprise guest is Nettie C.
Hey, yeah.
Sunday, September 7th from 3 p.m. to midnight at Sagan Basita in Hogget.
For sure.
Yes, Giving Back to My Roots, featuring a special opening performance by Southern Roots. Who else is on here? I'm trying to see. It's a jam sessions. Who else? It says Giving Back to My Roots, featuring a special opening performance by Southern Roots, hosted by Nettie C. at Hogget. Fill up at food trucks, shop the pop-ups, and vibe to the songs. But who's the lead? Is it? Because I'm also hearing that Pauhana is here.
Yes.
Too, right? Yes. I believe there's a free concert for Pauhana at Crown.
Yes, that's right.
Right?
Yes, sir.
And then they have their full-on concert at Ipao Beach.
That's correct.
Governor Joseph Flores Park, right?
Yeah.
So is that... let me ask who sent me this flyer. Who is the headliner?
Ooh, juicy.
Is the headliner. And we'll get you that information on the other side of these. I already gave the call letters of our station, so we'll go right to the CBS News. Wave 105.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Many of Jeffrey Epstein's accusers spoke out today about the need for transparency in the case.
The government's mishandling of this case has silenced our truth from the start.
They were joined by a bipartisan group of lawmakers, including Democrat Ro Khanna.
There are corrupt special interest forces, both foreign or domestic, that are preventing the release, that have a stranglehold on our government and are preventing the release of the full Epstein files.
The lawmakers are trying to force a vote on a bill that would compel the Justice Department to release the files. President Trump hosted Poland's president at the White House today and said he has more talks planned on ending the war in Ukraine. Linda Kenyon reports.
A White House official says President Trump will speak with President Zelensky by phone after Zelensky and European leaders conclude their summit in Paris. Ahead of the summit, Zelensky stated he has yet to see signs Russia wants to end the war it started more than 3 years ago.
Russian President Putin said today he's willing to meet with Zelensky in Moscow. It's unlikely Zelensky would agree to that. Secretary of State Marco Rubio is in Mexico today, where he said there could be more strikes like yesterday's on an alleged drug boat off Venezuela.
The president, under his authority as commander-in-chief, has a right under exigent circumstances to eliminate imminent threats to the United States, and that's what he did yesterday in international waters, and that's what he intends to do. We're not going to sit back anymore and watch these people sail up and down the Caribbean like a cruise ship.
A federal appeals court ruled President Trump can't use an 18th century wartime law to speed the deportations of people his administration accuses of being members of a Venezuelan gang. Legal analyst Jessica Levinson.
Trump unsuccessfully had argued that this Venezuelan gang is a state-sponsored international terrorist organization that has invaded the U.S.
Israeli airstrikes have killed more than 30 people in Gaza as it presses ahead with its latest major offensive. At the UN, spokesman Stefan Dujarric.
Today, our colleagues supporting displacement sites warned that the escalating hostilities in Gaza City are having horrific humanitarian consequences.
Israeli protesters staged what they called a day of disruption. protesting what they call the call-up of 60,000 reserves for that operation. Oil giant ConocoPhillips said today it's laying off a quarter of its workforce. That would amount to thousands of jobs. The company employs 13,000 people worldwide. On Wall Street today, stocks were mixed. The Dow was off 25 points. The Nasdaq was higher by more than 200. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Mom, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotion. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotion, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. Consequently, they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a blazing fast 5G network for just $25 a month. Dial pound 250 and say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
A New Orleans doctor is warning people about deep fake videos after he showed up in dozens of them. Michael Wallace has the story.
Dr. Maurice Scholas was surprised when someone sent him a TikTok video of himself promoting vitamin supplements for black people.
And I thought, well, that looks sort of like me, but that's not my voice.
Scholas did some searching and found dozens of deep fakes he's featured in.
What if somebody says, I told them to do something that hurt them? Then they make a claim to the State Board of Medical Examiners. I have my license at risk for something I never said or never did.
He complained to TikTok, which removed the offending account, but the videos are still on Instagram, which has yet to respond. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
A New York judge will allow DNA evidence obtained through advanced techniques to be introduced into the forthcoming murder trial of a man accused of being Long Island's Gilgo Beach serial killer. Rex Heuermann, a 61-year-old architect, was arrested 2 years ago. He's been charged in the deaths of 7 women. I'm Cammie McCormick, CBS News.
At Way 105 FM, we're more than just a station. We're your platform, your voice, your conversation. We're talking about what matters most to you today and in our future. And we want you to be part of it. Got something to say? We're listening. Different opinions? Bring them on. Let's talk, let's debate, let's connect, because every voice counts. Call or WhatsApp us at 671-922-1051. And if that line's busy, hit us up at 922-1052. This is Talk Radio for everyone. This is Way 105 FM, the talk of Guam.
Every company needs money for investments to help grow our working capital to take on today's economy. That's why Bank Pacific's commercial loan officers stand ready to help you. We offer several programs tailored to assist companies to get to the next step, or perhaps for a startup, including working with SBA and GITA. Bank Pacific. And we want to be your partner. Equal opportunity lender. Credit conditions apply.
Buenas and Hafa Adai, it's Damon Michael, your GDOE PIO. Make sure you tune in every Friday at 10 a.m. for our agency's Educuento series, where we give you the latest and greatest from the Department of Education.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
6 o'clock to 8 o'clock every Friday evening. Join Rand and Jenny Kaufman for The Edge of Heaven, a talk show to take you to the fifth dimension where you find out who you are. What is the purpose of your life? How can your purpose be fulfilled? What motivates you to do what you do? What are you searching for? What keeps you going in your day-to-day life? What is real? Why do you care? Why do you work? Why do you love? Sponsored by Burger King, Jay Goodman, and Asmujao Community School.
It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and our manager is absolutely crazy for dropping these deals. Right now, drive off in a brand new 2025 Eclipse Cross for just $24,995. That's $2,000 off the original price. Plus, check out our high-quality pre-owned vehicles, fully inspected and ready for the road. Get pre-approved online at guamautospot.com or call 478-AUTO to schedule your test drive today. It's the Guam Autospot Overstock Sell-Off, and everything must go.
Burger King Guam celebrating 36 years. We humbly ask for your daily vote on Pika's Best of Guam 2025. Vote Best Burger starting August 22nd through September 19th. Log on to guampdn.com/contest every day. We offer our flame grilled burgers, our new lineup of Whoppers by You, premium royal chicken sandwiches, exciting promotions, and your chance to win premium prizes this holiday season. Vote for Burger King for Best Burger in Pika's Best of Guam 2025. Burger King, you rule.
The talk you want to hear. Wave 105 FM.
You know we not fancy, we go on date nights. We jamming scars and the stories cause we like that. Got the chest and ice chest and the 12 pack. Grab the tissue and panada and a bag of snacks. Bougie like oil on the balloon time.
I haven't heard this in forever.
Yeah, that's
this
good.
Is Senator Malfunction, right?
No, man.
No?
Nettie C.
Oh, Nettie.
Nettie C.
I swear I heard. Okay, so the other one I think is he samples or covers some of these like popular songs.
He does.
That's why I thought it was
He
Senator
does a
Barnett.
great job. He really does a great job, man.
Like
does.
Back in like 2003.
Okay.
Any Tomorrow Liberation Day festival.
All right.
That I went to in the States.
Okay.
They were jamming Malfunction at these festivals.
Dude, they got good stuff.
Yeah.
They got great
at these
stuff.
festivals, whether it be in Virginia or Texas or Washington, the DJ.
Yes.
The DJ was playing Malfunction songs. When it was the whole Malfunction boys, right?
Hey,
so it was Senador, Chris Barnett, Andy Wheeler, Julius Caesar Santos. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so it had like the same vibe.
You're feeling it? You're feeling
that song had like the same vibe of what I remember,
right?
Where Senator Barnett would take songs that were popular at the time,
and kind of do a remix on it, yeah.
Tomorrow-rise it.
Hey, that's nice.
Yeah.
That's nice. So yeah,
Okay.
she's gonna be playing. What did you say? Sunday, right? Sunday
and Hoggett.
Hoggett. Okay.
So we don't know who. So I even went on to the Hoggett mayor's office Instagram,
right on,
because that's where you get a lot of your information quick, right? What's happening, and they are not letting you know who's the headliner.
It's a secret.
On this Sunday, September 7 at Sagambasita in Hoggett, right? We only know that a special opening performance will be by Southern Roots, and then it's hosted by Nettie C. But who is the headliner? I can only guess that it's Pauhana, because they're here, right? They've got their concert, a free concert tomorrow at Crown. When they do their Friday night market over at Crown, which I believe is free too. And then Saturday is at Epal Beach Park for the concert at Governor Joseph Flores Memorial Park. And then maybe they're still sticking around and they're going down to Hoggett for a free concert down in Hoggett. I don't know. I cannot confirm, and it's not even confirmed on the Hoggett Mayor's Office Instagram. I see the same flyer that was sent to me. JC, is this Joe Maulik? JC is on the line. Hafa Adai, JC. They put me on hold?
I don't know.
I'm on hold?
Okay.
JC? No.
Oh, man. Probably coming from the south. Bad connection sometimes, right?
Okay.
Right? That's okay, I'll find it.
It's fine. There is a release from Senator Jesse Lujan about this territorial exemption, requesting for a territorial exemption from Executive Order 14324. Right, this is what we had a conversation with Congressman Jim Moylan.
Okay.
Can he share some of the concerns from the community? Because again, when he had left, there was this graphic that was sent out that's saying that we're not going to be not only are we not able to send out mail, we're not going to be able to receive mail, right? And so he clarified that we'll still be able to receive mail. They will hold mail that is going out while they get more clarification from U.S. Customs. However, if you are shipping things out through UPS, you're good, right? It's however, DHL and FedEx are waiting on U.S. Customs to decide how they're going to move forward, who's going to pay for these tariffs. So Senator Jesse Lujan writes this letter with the executive order that ends a rule that lets low-value imports avoid customs and paperwork for goods from certain countries of concern. And so he shares why Guam should get an exemption, saying that Guam is 6,000 miles from the continental U.S. It imports 90% of its goods, including food, clothing, electronics, building supplies, and vehicles. Most imports come from the Philippines, South Korea, Japan, China, not from the continental U.S. Many goods come in through direct online orders or third-party shipping companies. Consolidated shipments keep costs lower for residents, and so this exemption avoids extra duties and delays. And so he wrote this letter to Rodney Scott, the commissioner of the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. And that's what Congressman Jim Moylan is saying. We are waiting on the U.S. Customs and Border Patrol for Border Protection, to clarify some things for the U.S. Postal Service, right? So he talks, small business struggles. So he talks about that. He says these small businesses rely on cheap international suppliers and e-commerce. And I've talked to a few small business owners, right, that I'm close with, that I support, and I consider them friends. And so they are concerned about this. For sure. Families buy affordable imports for school supplies, replacement parts, and daily goods. Guam hosts many U.S. service members who rely on the same supply chains. There are no local alternatives, he says. Guam doesn't produce its own goods and has no nearby substitute markets. And so he says Guam is legally outside the U.S. customs zone under federal law. Historically, this meant Guam gets special customs treatment. And I've heard that, too, from our own governor, that she had said the same thing, especially when President Trump started talking about tariffs and how it can affect us here. And she said, I believe it should not affect us, right? Because we are in this zone outside of the federal government that allows for us to be duty-free. So Senator Lujan argues Guam should not be treated inside the customs zone when it benefits the federal government, and outside when it is disadvantage to us. And that when I think about that statement, I think about Congressman Ben Blas in that statement when he says, only in times of war, right? We are, now I think about it, but I can't, I'm paraphrasing here because it's more powerful when you get the exact statement. But in peace, we are not getting the same treatment, unfair treatment. But in times of war, we are treated fairly. In times of peace, which I would say is today, why are we getting treated like second-class citizens? And that is a common phrase that gets used when we're so far out here. And it's going to be like this constantly until we get, I say, my argument is, and will remain so, full representation of full voting rights in Congress and maybe a senator in the Senate. And we don't have that, and neither do any of the territories. But it goes right back to political status. And obviously you heard me enough talk since K57 what I advocate for. But by no means am I trying to advocate for one or the other. Any of the three, statehood, independence, free association, is better than what we have now. Our Mel Dula is back. Hafa Adai.
Hafa Adai, Pauly.
Hafa Adai.
I would like to advocate for natural birthing and traditional medicine for our people.
Yes.
And I want to celebrate the fact that there's no fire at GMH at the moment, or at least the fire alarm is not going off. So today is a good day, Pauly.
Right.
However, I hear the governor's fighting with everybody, so I wanted to bring some good news as we go into the weekend.
Yes.
Apparently, she's going to sign the budget bill.
Oh, wow. That's breaking news.
Isn't that her job?
That's breaking news. Well, I wasn't sure. I mean, I watched her speak with Joe Titano after the state funeral of Mayor McDonald, about a 10-minute interview with Joe Titano at Guam PDN, and he asked her at the very end, so what are you going to do? You have tomorrow to act, and she goes, wait and see. So you're telling me now that you
I don't think she likes
information.
Joe Titano. I think she likes you, Paulie. Everybody likes you. So, I mean, again, don't take it from me. I'm just a male doula, but
okay.
My understanding is she's going to sign the budget bill. But you might want to get her on the air and have her say it herself, or maybe she can sign it. She can sign it on your show.
She said
it's
wait.
9:30.
She said wait until tomorrow, and so
that was yesterday.
Yeah. Wait until Friday, she said. She said, wait until Friday.
Isn't today Friday? I thought today was Friday.
Thursday.
Oh, okay, then I don't have to be nice.
Okay. Today's still
I thought today was Friday.
No. You got me all confused now.
Okay.
Okay.
But that being said,
yes,
I'm going to still be nice.
Okay.
So I think on the front page of Joe Titano's newspaper, the governor is pointing out the obvious, is that there's apparently $41 million or so dollars that could be immediately used to fix the electrical panel and prevent future fires at GMH from burning the little children and the staff, the nurses and the doctors. Right? She said that...
She said use the $44 million.
The one that they're going to steal and give to the rich people, right? That's the allegation.
That's the rhetoric.
Yeah, allegedly.
Okay. Yes.
So allegedly, there's going to be $41 million next fiscal year when she signs the budget that would go to the big bad businesses like Tony Ada's funeral parlor, right? When the BPT tax gets rolled back from 4% to, or 5% to 1%. But I want to point out to the governor that today, August, whatever it is, Thursday.
September 4.
Yeah, we're still in it's already September. Right. I'm having a bad day, but you know that's the thing when when you're natural,
right?
We don't even use underarm deodorant. We use rocks, those magic rocks that take away your scent. You don't know what I'm talking about.
I don't.
But that's okay.
I don't.
TMI.
Yes.
I hear giggling in the background again.
I'm listening. I can't help it, Senor. But go ahead. I'm following.
I'll just wait till they finish. But in all seriousness,
yes.
I forgot what I was talking about, but I do think that the governor is right.
Okay.
There's $41 million in the Gov Guam budget to fix GMH, and she's going to dedicate that money to fix GMH. So how dare the senators take away that money from the little people and give it to Tony Ada at the funeral parlor, right? But I need to let the governor know that even though I'm confused, I think she's confused too, because she doesn't have to wait until she signs the budget for 2026. It's 2025, and there's still $41 million in the current budget to fix the electrical panel and to fix GMH. Am I not right, Pauly?
Excess revenue is what you're talking about.
No, I'm just talking about, why do we have to have excess revenue to fix the hospital? And is that after they gave the 22% raise and the bonus to Dwayne Canata and, didn't pay the power bill to GPA? I mean, you're telling me that you got to wait until the end, that you got excess before you're going to take care of the babies at GMH?
Well, I'm not sure. Well, the new budget
That's
bill...
That's about priority, Pauly.
Right. It allows the substitute budget bill would allow 50% transfer authority. I don't know if the current policy allows her that much money.
That's all malarkey.
Oh, okay.
If the hospital was a priority, we wouldn't be talking about transfer. We wouldn't be talking about excess revenue. We wouldn't be talking about when the governor feels like it.
Well, she's
right?
saying that she can't declare an emergency. She can declare a public health emergency, which are two different things. Right? And so she.
Then why does it say emergency on the back of the ambulance? They can declare an emergency.
She sent two budget bills to the
legislature. It says emergency on the front of the emergency room at GMH. They can declare emergency. You're telling me the governor of Guam doesn't recognize an emergency when there's a fire on the pediatric ward and they have to evacuate all the babies?
Well,
what is she?
Right. So
the governor?
I mean, you know what she did, right? She sent two bills. They don't agree. It's too expansive. Senator Chris Duenas was on with me this morning and said he thinks that what she's asking for is dangerous, to give her too much power for the chief executive officer, our governor.
How about you just do her job? Her job in the Organic Act is to maintain the hospital, public safety, and education. Well, it doesn't talk anything about her going off island to Okinawa. Doesn't talk anything about her going off island again. I heard she's leaving again. Go tell somebody how to do their job. Let's tell her how to do her job. Fix the hospital. It should have been the first priority. I'm sorry if I'm yelling, Pauly.
No, you're good. You're good.
My hearing aid fell out while I was talking to you.
We're having a dialogue, and I appreciate this.
It's actually one-sided. It's me yelling at you. Okay, so I'm not mad, Pauly. This is how we talk down in Inalahan.
Right. Understood.
Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But if I could continue.
Yes.
The point is that the governor is needing, I guess, apparently permission to do her job. So I'm going to give her permission today. And it's actually Thursday, not Friday, so you can't take the day off, Governor. It's not Feel Good Friday. It's Taco Thursday. It's Tello Thursday. So let me tell you what to do. Go fix the electrical panel at GPA. And you know who's going to help you, Governor? John Beneventi from GPA. All his men are waiting for you. They've been waiting for you to come and take them down there, open the key, the door, and go fix the electrical panel, Governor. And all the electrical system throughout the hospital, because it's on fire. Do your job, Governor. Have a nice day.
You too. Adios, senor. 9:30 in the morning. We'll take our last break. On the other side, like I promised, I want to play the audio files. Watch it in its entirety, because you'll get the full essence of where Governor Carl Gutierrez is coming from when he basically presented the eulogy at the state funeral of Mayor Paul McDonald. It was very inspirational. You hear the relationship that he had with Mayor Paul McDonald, and then speaking of his public service, what he meant to the people of Agana Heights, but even more so, what he meant to the people of Guam. And so we'll play those audio files after this, right here on Wave 105.
Burger King Guam celebrating 36 years. We humbly ask for your daily vote on Pika's Best of Guam 2025. Vote Best Burger starting August 22nd through September 19th. Log on to GuamPDN.com/contest every day. We offer our flame grilled burgers, our new lineup of Whoppers by You, premium royal chicken sandwiches, exciting promotions, and your chance to win premium prizes this holiday season. Vote for Burger King for Best Burger in Pika's Best of Guam 2025. Burger King, you rule.
Lace Up Guam, the first Run for Wishes event is happening at Leo Palace Resort on September 13th. Select your distance from 2K, 5K, 10K to half marathon to participate in this powerful event. Race package includes finisher tees, visors, socks, and medals, plus cash prizes for the top finishers. Proceeds from the event benefit the Make-A-Wish Foundation, Guam, and CNMI. Presented by Leo Palace Resort, Clutch, Power 98, Wave 105.1 FM, Route 99, and Protection Concepts Unlimited, with support from our community sponsors. Sign up now to help wishes become reality through your step-by-step participation. Lace Up Guam, the first Run for Wishes event is happening at Leo Palace Resort on September 13th. Select your distance from 2K, 5K, 10K to half marathon to participate in this powerful event. Race package includes finisher tees, visors, socks, and medals, plus cash prizes for the top finishers. Proceeds from the event benefit the Make-A-Wish Foundation, Guam, and CNMI. Presented by Leo Palace Resort, Clutch, Power 98, Wave 105.1 FM, Route 99, and Protection Concepts Unlimited, with support from our community sponsors. Sign up now to help wishes become reality through your step-by-step participation.
The new and improved Chili's 3 for Me deal is here. Starting at $12.99, get a drink, an appetizer, and an entree. You heard right. You can get a Coke, chips and salsa, and an old timer with cheese for only $12.99. Only at Chili's. Great food and value happen here.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
The views and opinions expressed in this show are that of the show hosts, guests, and callers. They do not necessarily reflect the views and opinions of the staff and management of Wave 105 FM, Glimpses Media, or any of our partners. As we strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105 FM, the sound of Guam. Enjoy the show.
Viva Webis! It's Thursday, 9:33 in the morning, Wave 105. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. My name is Pauly Suba, filling in for Patti Arroyo on the Talk of Guam, Wave 105. Okay, so this is what we're gonna. Oh, I had to go look it up because I forgot the statement from General Ben Blas, Congressman Ben Blas, right? So I pulled it from Guampedia. In hearings on the status of Micronesia, he had admonished the Bush administration representatives that we are guardians, not guards of Micronesia. In response to a New York Times editorial supporting statehood for the District of Columbia, Blas took the opportunity to explain Guam's situation. He ended his plea for dignity and recognition for Guam by stating, "We are equal in war, but not in peace." And so that statement gets used a lot too. And so from delegates after Ben Blas. And so when I read Senator Jesse Lujan's letter, right, to U.S. Customs and Border Protection when it comes to making sure that we are exempted from the executive order of President Trump, that you acknowledge that too many times that's what happens to us anytime we are trying to make any type of progress here in Guam for our people. Okay, so yesterday was the state funeral for Mayor Paul McDonald. And so Governor Carl Gutierrez, who's a Democrat, by the way, presented the eulogy. And he shares the relationship that he has had throughout his life with Mayor McDonald. And we know that Governor Carl Gutierrez is a Democrat. Even before he was governor, he was a staunch Democrat in the legislature. And so we'll play this. It's about 20 minutes long, so we're obviously not going to play the whole 20. So I cut some of it, right, for our audience here. But you can watch it. It is public. It is on the Guam Legislature's YouTube channel. And you can watch the entire state funeral of Mayor McDonald. It's very emotional, right? Because we know what he means to us, most especially the people of Agana Heights, but then listening even more so. There are things that Governor Carl Gutierrez had said that I did not know what he advocated for, how much he advocated for public health and health care services for all of Guam. And so that was shared in this eulogy. And so we'll start with the first at the very beginning of the eulogy, and then it's about 4 minutes, and then I'll kind of tell you, obviously, because we're not going to play the whole 20, I'll summarize what we missed, and then we'll go towards the tail end. But here, again, is Governor Carl Gutierrez presenting the eulogy of Mayor Paul McDonald at his state funeral yesterday.
Today we gather here with solemn hearts and deep respect to honor the life and legacy of Mayor Paul M. McDonald of Agana Heights, the longest-serving mayor in the history of Guam. Mayor McDonald was more than the elected leader of Agana Heights. He was the very soul of his village. For decades, he stood as a steady guardian for his people. He offered leadership rooted in humility, faith, and service. His life's work was not only to represent his community, but to embody it, to be present at every moment of joy and hardship, to know the struggles and dreams of his residents, and to give every ounce of himself for their well-being. His tenure as mayor was historic. He guided Agana Heights with wisdom and care. He ensured that its people and traditions remained strong, even in the face of change. He was a leader who believed that public service is not about recognition and prestige, but about sacrifice and devotion. His record of service was unmatched. But it was his heart for his people that defined him most. To the families of Agana Heights, he was not just Mayor Mac. He was a neighbor, he was a friend, he was a mentor. He was a symbol of stability and continuity. He helped carry the burdens of his community, and in return, his people entrusted him with their confidence and respect for more than 3 decades. As an Agana Heights boy myself, my experience with Paul McDonald and his clan goes back to long before he became mayor. In fact, in May of 1990, his uncle Juan Eustaquio Garcia, former commissioner of Agana Heights, summoned me to help organize the campaign kickoff for his nephew Paul, who was gearing up to be the Republican challenger to counter the incumbent Democrat mayor in the 1992 election. At that time, I was a Democrat senator with gubernatorial aspirations, as most of you are. It may not seem so controversial. It may not seem so controversial today to cross party lines. But 35 years ago, it was quite uncommon for elected leaders of one party to openly support a candidate of the opposite party. But here's something you should know about Agana Heights. Our family ties run deep and transcend political labels.
All right, and so he says, it may not seem so controversial today to cross party lines, but 35 years ago is quite uncommon for elected leaders of one party to openly support a candidate of the opposite party. Because of the family ties, we're stronger than politics. And so he had said, you got it, basically, when he answers his family member to assist, right? And so he says that Mayor McDonald gave of himself, his time, his energy, his vision to build up Agana Heights and to better the lives of those he served. He said that he's not just a mayor, he's a neighbor, a friend, a fighter. He talks about him being a village scrapper like himself, right? And so a lot of people appreciated the fact that he was like a scrapper. And some of the opposition may not appreciate that. But he worked hard. He worked hard on the Triangle Park dispute, which that's the part I did not know. I did not know that there was a dispute of where the border was regarding Triangle Park. Did it belong to Hagåtña? Did it belong to Agana Heights? And so he fought very hard to have that under Agana Heights jurisdiction. And it is what it is today. If you go to Triangle Park, it's beautiful, right? And it's because of that partnership with Mayor McDonald and Governor Carl Gutierrez. He had said that he basically would he would sit at the governor's house and even dialogue with the first lady to make sure that this happens, right? He talks about the renaming of Agana Heights to Tutuhen, right? And so I have my own opinions and my own perspective, and I listened to Congressman Robert Underwood, and I'm actually on the side of Dr. Robert Underwood. These were names before any of us. And so to honor our ancestors is to go back. It's not renaming, it's reclaiming. But listening to Governor Carl Gutierrez, I respect it. I am not a resident of Agana Heights. I did not grow up in Agana Heights. And so they fought hard. And it wasn't even the decision of Paul McDonald, right? He listened to his residents. What do you want? As Agana Heights residents, you live here. What do you want? And they, almost 0%, wanted to keep it Agana Heights. And so he went to the legislature and he fought against that. He says Mayor McDonald to me, Paul to him, had a way of making you move, of reminding you what really matters: relationships, friendships, and family. So we'll play the second part. Obviously, this is not the entirety. There's a lot of things that he said in this eulogy that I did not realize, talking about healthcare. I forget if this is in here or not, but in case it's not, basically better healthcare services. He advocated for the services that we get today in the Philippines. And so he met with people and got together with Mayor Hoffman and the movers and the shakers to what we see today, where health insurance embedded in our insurance are the services in the Philippines, because we don't have the expertise here in Guam. And so it's a lot faster to get on a plane and go to the Philippines than it is to Hawaii, and it's cheaper too. And so what a lot of us see, I have family members right now just completed a successful surgery in the Philippines. And it's through the advocacy of Mayor Paul McDonald. And he tells like a very funny story of how he walked into a room and there were lawyers, and it was just him and Robert Hoffman, mayor of Sinaña. And so he greeted them with, "Hi, I'm Mayor Paul McDonald, and this is my lawyer right next to me." You know, and that's kind of the way he did things. And it's funny, you know, to hear that, but that's what he did to make sure that we get what we have now. And so, again, I forget when I set up these timestamps if that story is in here. But if you go and watch in its entirety, Governor Carl Gutierrez tells a number of stories. Again, not just advocating for the residents of Guam, of Agana Heights, but all the entirety for all the people of Guam. And in 38 years of public service, is the longest serving elected mayor You see his legacy. You hear it, and obviously in that 20-minute speech, you're not going to get it all. And so I would say they live on in his family and the residents and the conversations that are being had of how much every individual, how much he has impacted their lives. And we saw it in the video footage too, of when the hearse, the body of Mayor McDonald, was going and stopping by Agana Heights Elementary, and the teachers and the students were saying goodbye to him. You see how much it has impacted their lives as individuals, right? And so there are not enough words to say to really exemplify who this man is. But I appreciate Governor Carl Gutierrez on his words. And so here's the conclusion, the last, I believe, 5 minutes.
Housing. He always made it a point to engage in conversation. That's the point here, with those who came into his office, and to get to know them as much as he could. Many of you may know what an exceptional and persuasive speaker Mayor McDonald was. And whenever he was given the opportunity or the floor to speak, or was called up by the media, or even sometimes when he commandeered the floor himself, he always spoke straight from the heart and mind. News personalities and commentators in Guam like Ray Gibson, Troy Torres, and Patti Arroyo knew that when they called Paul McDonald for a story, he would shoot straight with them, with unfiltered, unabashed facts. Because of that, he was a trusted source of information and a respected politician. Shelley Gibson, Executive Secretary of the Republican Party of Guam, called Mayor McDonald's leadership style community-based and not just party-based. This is a true compliment. Mayor McDonald had a vision for Agana Heights, and he worked relentlessly to bring his vision into fruition. Yet, as forcefully as he fought for things he was passionate about, he also had an unmistakable sense of humor. His sense of humor and wit, I believe, is what gave him the ability to be who he authentically was and to cope with his physical limitations. And when Paul knew that his health was nearing the point where he could no longer serve in his official capacity with the same fervor, he and his family made the decision that he would not seek re-election in 2024. It was then that he reached out to Richard Arroyo and asked if he would consider running to be his successor. Richard's relationship with the McDonalds goes back nearly 40 years. Richard grew up with the McDonald family, having been close friends with Paul's son, Gene, since childhood. And just as I could not say no to Garci's request 35 years ago to help organize Paul's campaign, Rich could not say no to this man whom he regarded as a mentor and a father figure. Rich is mayor today, undeniably because of the guidance and support of Paul McDonald. After Rich was sworn in as mayor this past January, Paul became a daily fixture in Rich's office, serving as a sounding board when necessary, or simply sitting back and offering quiet guidance. I know for certain how much Paul meant to Rich and how deeply his loss will be felt. I also know, however, that Paul's long-term vision for Agana Heights will never be abandoned or forgotten by Mayor Arroyo. The last time I saw Paul was at the surprise 70th birthday party for our friend Angel Sablan, a mere 3 days before he passed away. He was upbeat, laughing, smiling, and carrying that joy that lit up every room he entered. I looked at him with amazement, just stared at him, because I knew the challenges he faced. Paul battled through 21 years of dialysis. Let me say that again, ladies and gentlemen, 21 years of dialysis. If you know the physical toll dialysis takes on you, you understand how incredible this is. I remember watching one of my own family members go through dialysis for 11 years, and I thought that was extraordinary. But Paul certainly set an astonishing record. 21 years of struggle, 21 years of strength, that fighting heart, that invincible spirit, that was Paul McDonald. He wasn't just surviving, he was living and laughing, serving all the way to the end. Of course, much credit goes to his wife, Elaine, and his children and grandchildren. Even as they struggled with their own challenges, they faithfully stood by Paul, ensuring he made it to his treatments, caring for him lovingly. No doubt, they are a huge part of the reason Paul endured his dialysis for as long as he did. So today, we remember Paul McDonald, not with sadness alone, but with gratitude and pride. Agana Heights has lost a leader, Guam has lost a servant for the people, and I have lost a friend. Paul and I shared a love for a Chamorro culture, a love for public service, and a deep abiding love for Agana Heights, for preserving the way of life that we both grew up with. Though I am his senior by 14 years, our upbringing was so similar. We were both one of many children in our families, shaped by the example of hardworking elders, rooted in the respect for the soil and the water and the bounty they yield. We farmed, we shrimped, we raised animals, we sustained ourselves, and we passed down those practices and values to our children and grandchildren. In short, Paul and I were both simply a couple of Fonte Valley boys who grew up, grew older, served, led, but who never forgot where we came from. Paul McDonald was and will always be a name synonymous with Agana Heights. Elaine, Jean, and Nicole, Yvette, Stacy, and Chris, Paul's beloved grandchildren and great-grandson, and Lula and Paul's brothers and sisters. On behalf of Jerry and our family, I extend our love, prayers, and deepest condolences.
There you go. And so you can listen to and watch in its entirety the entire state funeral of Mayor Paul McDonald. But I didn't realize, I knew that he had some health issues, but I did not realize that he was going through 21 years of dialysis. Yeah. And so he has said 21 years of struggle, 21 years of strength. Yeah. And so when Governor Carl Gutierrez says that he wasn't just surviving, he was living and laughing. And so if you understand what it means, and I can only imagine, but I have family members that have gone through dialysis, and it is painful, and it takes a toll on your body. It takes a toll on your entire family. And he went through that for 21 years, and he continued to serve. And I, from somebody on the outside looking in, never realized that. Because I don't think that he skipped a beat. I mean, if you look at it, continue to win election after election as the mayor of Agana Heights. To be honest with you, I think that he would be mayor today if he did not decide to not run and not tap Richard Arroyo to be mayor, because he even says it. He says Mayor Richard Arroyo would not be mayor if it was not for Paul McDonald. And so it didn't, in this audio file, I didn't share that, but if you watch it in its entirety, you'll hear him say that Mayor McDonald would sit there as a sounding board for Richard Arroyo, right? Even after. And so we even heard Mayor Arroyo say this when he was talking to Patti while he was out in Boston. He needed to say this. Like he was off island, and you can hear how heartbroken he was, that he needed to call up the radio station and just share his condolences. As far away as he was, he still needed to make contact. And I'm sure that he made contact with the family even before he called the radio station. How much Mayor Paul McDonald meant to him and to Agana Heights, and you felt that. And so when Governor Carl Gutierrez, as powerful of a man as he is, right, to say those things about another individual, I take it as how much impact Mayor McDonald has, right? And so it has nothing to do with party lines. To be honest with you, I think now listening to that, I think that's why the Mayor's Council of Guam is the way it is and how it moves. Because every time I watch these council meetings, I don't see Republican. I don't see Democrat. I see mayors.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I see mayors advocating for the whole of Guam. So you have the president, who is a Republican, Mayor Jesse Alec, and then you have the vice president, who is Democrat, Hoffman, and it's not majority rules there. It's majority rules as a whole, but not like, you know how in the legislature you have 9 Republicans now, and they decide the leadership. The 9 decides the leadership. As a whole, they decide the leadership. I watch them vote. Whoever had the most votes got the presidency. Obviously, they nominated. And so it was Tony Chargloff and Robert Hoffman that were nominated for vice president. I think Tony Chargloff was nominated for president, but he declined. I forget now. Now it's all kind of a blur. But you get what I'm saying is the council moves differently. The mayor's council. Some people didn't even realize Mayor Alec is a Republican because of how bipartisan he is. And I think that Paul McDonald rubbed off on them. Because, again, like Shelley Gibson had said, because Governor Carl Gutierrez quotes her, he doesn't come from a Republican base. His mindset, his thought process is community-based. And we can learn a lot from that man. I think he is a visionary. We could use a lot of that thought process, that grassroots scrapper mentality when it comes to fighting for the people of Guam. In Congress, in Adelup, the legislature, at the Attorney General's office, we can all reflect back on his life and think, how does he resonate with his people? Why does he continue to get elected? And if we just have just a small sample size of his integrity and his thought process and his spirit, I think it will go a long, long way. 9:58 in the morning. Thank you so much. 9:59. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be here one more day.
One more, Pauly.
And then Patti will be back on Monday.
Yes, sir.
I want to thank Tanya Eubanks. She'll be in to do the bright side today. She is a natural. I better be careful what I say tomorrow because I might not be back on Monday to do the bright side. They might just offer Tanya the job. Pauly has offended too many people last week.
No, we love Redskins. Go, Redskins. Lord have mercy. God have mercy on us.
So, but I'm so grateful to Tanya Eubanks,
Yes,
and she'll be in Thursday and Friday. So that's what we got looking forward to in a very, in just a few minutes. Luella Lucino is going to be in here. My good friend, my colleague from PBS Guam, Sean Camacho, is here. He was awarded Employee of the Year over at PBS Guam. Biba. And so I'm looking forward to that conversation. And then 11 to 12, UOG Sustainability Waves is on from 11 to 12. And then Tanya Eubanks fills in for the bright side right here. Thank you so much for hanging out with us here. We'll do it all again tomorrow. Everybody be safe, especially out on those roads. Be kind to each other. Adios.